once the home without marriage and family has been established, it will attract the social attentions, and many people will run away from home to the home without marriage and family. At that time, many families will break up due to the concept of life genuine. Then, the accusation of destroying family will be blamed on life genuine, and the home without marriage and family will become the target of public criticism. Have you considered about the consequence? A. Things may happen in that way, but we couldn't not stop traveling just because there is a wolf ahead of us. So we can keep away from the place where the wolf often appears and move on. In this case, we have to be rational. For example, many families broke down for the car accidents, so why don't people charge the car, road, or the manufacturing plant? Many families broke up because one member of the family often visits ballrooms or bars and then fall in love with other people. Why don't people charge the ballroom or bar? Many people fall ill. Why don't they charge the earth? The home without marriage and family works as the ideal of civilized persons and also the choice of them. Your old ox cart cannot catch up with the car, train and plane. Why don't you rid of the ox cart instead of complaining and accusing the car, train and plane? As time goes by, the mode of production and lifestyle also need to be changed. It is useless to cry and shout. It is immoral to drag others because you do not move on. Life is short, and everyone has the right and freedom to pursue happiness, so why do you accuse the home without marriage and family? Must others eat what you prefer and act what you like? The disruption and disintegration of families are the inevitable result of the civilization development. Even without the home without marriage and family, more and more families are going to disintegrate. Who are we going to blame for? Question: the home without marriage and family is certain to have its own living boundary. If many people wish to come for a visit and survey, what would you do? A. Welcome. We will sell admission tickets, or maybe even run a hotel to earn some money, so come on, please. Question: what would you do if someone looks for trouble? A. Then we should really bridge over the troubled water. We will take the necessary measures as the situation calls for. Question: what will you do if the home without marriage and family becomes a dead duck? How will you dispose if some people have paid a lot but without any gains? A. Human is flexible and measures can be also changeable. We need to take the necessary measures as the situation calls for. In this way, the lifestyle loved by everyone will finally appear. So, once the home without marriage and family has been established, the dead duck situation is impossible to appear. Once the Chanyuan Celestial enter into the home without marriage and family, they will find what they obtain is more than what they pay. You cannot even drive them out of the home without marriage and family, just like the people who have been to paradise are unwilling to go back to the mortal world. Question: what are the motivations urging life genuine to initiate the home without marriage and family? A. The major motivations of initiating the home without marriage and family include the following 3 points: setting up model for initiating life genuine era, experiencing the lifestyle of heaven and adapting the life in heaven, centralized sermons, self-refining and self-improving. Question: if Shui Feng has gone, can the home without marriage and family keep going? A. At the very beginning Shui Feng is necessary, without whom everyone will not know what to do because they have no idea about the life in heaven. However, just 1 or 2 years later the existence of Shui Feng will not be so important and the home without marriage and family can develop continually when everything enters into normal, when everything adapts to the lifestyle of the home without marriage and family, and when many Chanyuan Celestial command the entire secrets of thinking in life. Moreover, there are many homes without marriage and family in the various places around world. The effect of Shui Feng can only affect a few people, and the Buddha and Bodhisattva may have mastered the way to sustain in Chanyuan. The golden key to open the door of happiness of the second home, now new oasis for life. Xiefeng. May 7, 2012. Note, translated by Tongson and edited by Ailian. The methods used may vary, but the principle is the same. As long as we follow the principle, no matter how big the change is, how complex things turn up, everything can be organized and sorted out, just like bright spring days and the wind and rain come in their time. To build our home into a happy fairyland, we must always remember one principle, that is everything in the second home is for realizing the happiness, freedom and blessing for our brothers and sisters. You can do or say anything that brings happiness, freedom and blessing to our brothers and sisters, otherwise, you had better not to do or say it. We must always remember, our home is designed and built for Chanyuan Celestials, and is serving for Chanyuan Celestials. Therefore, no matter what we are going to say or do, as long as it brings happiness, freedom and blessing to brothers and sisters, it is right. Otherwise it is wrong. Every brother and sister, if your words and behaviors can bring happiness, freedom and blessing to our brothers and sisters, then whatever you say or do, you are a moral person. Otherwise, you are wrong, you are a person without morals. When our branch directors arrange the daily life in each branch, you also need to focus on the principle of bring happiness, freedom and blessing to each brother and sister, let everybody live happily and harmoniously, and feel happy and comfortable in our home. We should never protect our home at the expense of everyone's happiness and freedom. At the same time, each Chanyuan Celestial who is living in the second home as a permanent resident, you also need to remember whatever you say or do, please consider the happiness and freedom of other brothers and sisters. Once what you say or do is on the price of scarifying other people, you are wrong. Don't use any excuse or reason to bring pain, anxiety, fear or troubles to other brothers and sisters. Once the head rope of a fishing net is pulled out, all its meshes open. What I am saying above is the head rope. As long as we do things around this head rope, then a fairyland is surely can be built out, and every brother and sister will live a paradise-like life in the second home. Face reality and escape from the traditional marriage and family. Xiefeng. August 2, 2009. Traditional marriage and family is a program of life that has been contacted with viruses, which can erode the sincerity, kindness, virtue, love, faith, and honesty in human character and drive us from an originally joyful, happy, free and blessed life toward the abyss of misery, anxiety, enslavement, and desperation. If we take a look at the history of mankind and the reality that we are in, and observe the status quo of marriage and family in the neighborhood, we can easily find that traditional marriage and family is the prison of human nature and the stumbling blocks that hinders man's march toward a beautiful, free and happy life. Face reality, and no longer cheat yourself. Distress will not disappear simply because you do not pay attention to it, and the maltreatment and torture of spirit and soul that you have sustained will not be relieved as a result of endurance. It is the most foolish illusion to place your own future and happiness in the hand of a certain person or several people. It is the most insane and wishful thinking to rely on marriage and family for a joyful, happy, free and blessed life. We cannot blame any person, the parents, the husband or wife, or, even less so, children, sisters, brothers, relatives, friends or neighbors for the misfortunes and tragedies incurred by the traditional marriage and family. What is at fault is the program of family. Humankind has been trapped in this program for thousands of years. The sea of tribulations is endless, but you can find the shore if you choose to pull yourself back. It is high time that we escaped the life pattern of marriage and family and entered the new way of life. It is time to start a new life. We should not repeat the tragedies in history. Life Chanyuan has designed the new way of life for every member of mankind, which has been proved to be feasible in practice. You can obtain relevant information at the website of the Second Home, now New Oasis for Life. http://www.the2ndhome.org, English. http://www.d2jiayuan.com, Chinese. I will write an article about the new way of life of the Second Home, now New Oasis for Life. Please pay attention. How can we escape from traditional marriage and family and enter the new life in the Second Home? Those who are not married yet can refrain from getting marriage. Those who are divorced do not think of getting married for a second time. Those who have got married do not seek divorce but try to ensure that both husband and wife enter the new life in the Second Home. Escaping from the family does not mean escaping from your close relatives or giving up on your parents and children, or abandoning your obligations and responsibilities. Instead, escaping from the family means escaping from the traditional program of life and entering the new program of life. Anyone who has old parents to look after should show their filial piety to parents and arrange properly their parents' food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Those who ignore their parents are not entitled to enter the second home. Those who have young children to bring up should perform their duty to raise the children. They should not incur any mental harm to the children that have not come of age. They shouldn't reduce but strengthen their care and love for their children. Those who want to escape from the traditional marriage and family should first clearly understand the malpractices of the traditional marriage and family and the misery and affliction it has caused to humankind and understand the new way of life designed by Life Echanuon. Then they must learn and build new outlook on life, value, life, and the world. In addition, they shall strive to become Chanyuan celestials in Life Echanuon through self-cultivation and self-refinement. And finally, they shall finish the relations with the human world and establish connection with celestial beings and enter the brand new life of the second home. Life Echanuon is to create 256 units of the second home. The inevitable trend of the development of human society is the unification of all methods into one general principle, and the unification of all religions and thoughts into one uniform value, and the unification of all the world. No one can hope to achieve anything if he or she gets stuck in conventions and old conservative ways. It is no longer a distant dream to make every member to have a joyful, happy, free, and blessed life, and that goal has already been partially achieved and is being gradually consolidated and perfected. Life Echanuon has already formed a theoretical system of nearly 3 million characters, and has summed up the lessons and experience from the failed attempts of utopian society, collective farm, communist community, Israel's kibbutz communist society, and Japan's socialist villages. Thus what Life Echanuon practices is no longer blind and impractical castle in the air or empty talk, but is a strategic goal for all the mankind based both theoretically and practically on the comprehensive and conscientious planning. Let's give up the impractical illusion that has been embraced for thousands of years, face the real situation of life, work hard and forge ahead, so as to finish the earthly relations as soon as possible and enter the new life in the second home. 28 activities that are not allowed in Life Echanuon. Xiefeng. April 4, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Kayer. The new oasis for life is the model for humankind's future. It is a program designed so that the talented will be put to good use, and the whole world will be one family, and where no one will pocket anything found on the ground, and doors are not bolted at night. Every place will be clear and bright, the weather will be good for harvesting, and everyone will be happy, joyous, free, and blessed. Chanyuan celestials will give formless alms by creating a new era of production and life mode for humankind. Now, through this program, Chanyuan celestials can repay accumulated debts from past lives and accumulate life wealth in heaven so as to accomplish a sublimation from mortal to immortal, and to eventually enter the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, or the Elysium Celestial Islands continent. How will we realize this ideal of the talented will be put to good use, and the whole world will be one family, and achieve the goal of no one will pocket anything found on the ground, and doors are not bolted at night? How will we have green mountains, clear rivers, blue skies, fertile land, and abundant good weather for harvesting, and how will we make everyone live happy, joyous, free, and blessed lives? Traditional thinking, traditional values, and traditional ways will definitely not work. This requires new thinking, new values, and a new way. Once one becomes a Chanyuan celestial, they must completely abandon themselves, become selfless, format their own history, and discard all the understandings and concepts that they thought were right before they entered Life Echanuon. It is not enough for them to simply detach themselves from worldly affairs and remold themselves, they also need to follow the guide's road map fully or their ordeal will be endless and they will not survive. They must understand the truth that the wisdom of thousands of mortals combined is not as great as the vision of a single saint. No one should ever try to figure everything out before doing them because you might not live long enough. To reach this goal, the following 28 activities are not allowed in the new oasis for life. Religious activities and rituals. Political activities and organizational rituals. Personal worship, especially the deification of Xiafeng. The hanging or posting of any personal portraits, especially those to promote Jesus Christ, Shakyamuni, Lao Tzu, Xiafeng, or any other master, bodhisattva, angels, or great prophets whom you respect. The posting of any religious doctrines, calligraphies, and paintings. Any channeling. The practice of magic and magical arts other than party tricks. Discussions about spirits, deities, fortunes, or disasters that are inconsistent with facts, science, logic, and spiritual perception. Practicing sneaky and furtive things that cannot be done in public. Insulting the head of government of any country or the leader of any nation. Disparaging any country or nationality. Exclusive fixed relationships. Celebrations of birthdays. Celebrations during festivals related to people, countries, religions, and political parties, only those that honor nature are acceptable. The consumption of wild animal meat. The harming of wild animals. Engaging in water pollution. Promoting or deifying oneself. Praying loudly in public, dishonoring Matthew 6 verse 5. Public marital and family affection. Teaching and guiding others. Introducing and disseminating the return of Jesus Christ, the new Maitreya Buddha, the Promised Mother, Lajastremeya Saint, Goddesses, Byung-Jinren, so-and-so Buddha, so-and-so Angel, so-and-so Master, and so on. Weird people who disrupt society in people's hearts and are not ordinary, honest, trustworthy, diligent, simple, and wise. Talking about ghosts. Fancy outfits outside of party times. Except for the sick and elderly, and young children, any enjoyment of special food, clothing, housing, or transportation, no matter how great their credit is, Xiafeng is no exception. The ownership of personal belongings. Men sexually harassing women. Gift giving between each other. Understand that the new oasis for life is not affiliated with any country, political party, religion, nation, or organization, let alone with any individual. The new oasis for life belongs to the greatest creator, and all of humankind, and those living within it come from all over the world, from different cultures, different religions, and different racial and ethnic backgrounds, to make everyone live happily, joyfully, freely, and blessedly. It must be like this. 18 Details of caring for the elderly in the new oasis for life. Xiafeng. April 9, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Kayer. We must completely end the problem of people spending their final years lonely and in misery, which has been the case since the beginning of human history. In the new oasis for life, we must allow elderly people to live a carefree and picturesque fairy life and let them always be in the company of middle-aged and young people and even children, so that they can fully enjoy the beauty of old age life. Below are 18 details of caring for the elderly in the new oasis for life. The best rooms are reserved for the elderly. The best food is reserved for the elderly. Specially trained people care for the elderly. Every night one person is tasked with saying good night to the elderly. Every morning, someone sees that the elderly has all woken up, and helps them to wash themselves and eat their breakfasts. People ask how the elderly people feel every day and whether they need anything so as to meet their needs to the maximum. Someone assists the elderly to take baths, being careful that they do not slip or fall. People hold the arms of those with mobility issues. The elderly's rooms are kept clean, tidy, and airy. Bed sheets, quilt covers, and pillowcases used by the elderly are changed and washed at least once every 3 days. Clothes worn by the elderly are changed and washed at least once every 3 days. Help is given to scrub the elderly's bodies and wash their hair if they cannot wash themselves. The most comfortable seats are positioned in the best places for the elderly during entertainment parties. Clean, boiled water is available at all times in the elderly's rooms, so they can drink it at any time. Food is delivered to the elderly if they are unable to walk to the canteen. The elderly is accompanied often to walk around in the courtyards and fields, and to chat with them to eliminate their loneliness. Roads over which the elderly often pass are smoothed to avoid tripping. Fun activities are organized for the elderly to participate in and keep them happy. According to Chanyuan values and the more than 10 years of practice of the new Oasis for Life, our goal is that every Chanyuan celestial should be able to live to 120 years of age. In the new Oasis for Life, the definition of elderly is anyone who is at least 80 years young, then they can start enjoying this kind of treatment. Actually, some of our elderly people are more than 80 years young but continue to do physical work every day, while many over 70 years are still working as energetically as much younger people. Therefore, in the new Oasis for Life, members in their 60s and 70s are called middle-aged, and anyone under 60 is considered a young person. Every Chanyuan celestial who reaches the age of 120 years is encouraged to leave the mortal world immediately without nostalgia for it. We send the elderly people to the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, or the Elysium Celestial Islands continent through the method of being free from the mortal body in meditation. The problem of providing for the elderly, which has not been solved for 5,000 years, has finally been solved satisfactorily. Xiefeng. November 28, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Kayer. Most people will become elderly eventually. Do not let them reach the ends of their lives in solitude, loneliness, helplessness, and misery. It is the will of the greatest creator, the ideal of gods, Buddha, celestials, saints, and sages, and also everyone else's expectation. For 5,000 years, this unresolved problem of mankind has finally been satisfactorily resolved today. The traditional concept and method of relying on one's children to provide for their final years should come to an end. Although fond parents are legion, whoever saw a really filial child? In cases of chronic sickness, there are no dutiful children at the bedside. 5,000 years of human history tell us that relying on adult children to provide for their elderly parents is not an ideal solution. Sending elderly people to nursing homes will leave them with withered surroundings every day in the final stage of their lives. This is too cruel and is tantamount to saying, do not die at home, but go and wait for death somewhere else. In recent years, many of the elderly have joined voluntarily to mutually comfort and care for each other. This kind of living in one's old age is a helpless action and is not really an ideal model. So, where is the ideal old age support pattern for mankind, and what are the contents of an ideal elderly support system? The most ideal one is in the new Oasis for Life created by Life Chanyuan. The details are as follows. The elderly people live together with middle-aged people, young people, and children all the time. Every day they can see energetic people around them. They live happily and joyously and forget that they are old, and they reach the end of their lives while laughing, joking, and chatting. The elderly should also live with enthusiasm, passion, vitality, and taste. It should always be made clear to them that death is only the end of life but not the end of life, and that it is only a new starting point for life. After death, there will be a better place to go. It is like abandoning a boat and stepping ashore. In this way, the elderly will never again fear death, but will welcome its arrival happily. Do not let the elderly die from illness, lying helplessly in bed and waiting for death, but let them decide the day of their deaths by themselves when they feel no more worries, satisfied, and their consciousnesses are very clear. This is how I said to end life with the Chanyuan meditation method. Careful, sincere, and enthusiastic middle-aged or young people should always manage their daily lives. People should cook for them, prepare tea and water for them, wash their clothes, bedding, and sheets, assist in bathing them, say good morning to them when the sun rises and good night when it sets, so that they will have no worries about their futures. It has been 11 years since the new oasis for life was born on Earth. 11 years of practice have proven that the above-mentioned cannot only be fully realized, but that it already has been. It is hoped that the governments of many countries will agree with our pattern of support for the elderly in the new oasis for life and its infinite merits for them that they should enjoy happily during their old age. I hope that young and middle-aged people will prepare for their old age as soon as possible and contribute their talents and financial resources to the elderly care model of the new oasis for life. Do not wait until you are old because it will be too late to consider it after the age of 60 because the new oasis for life is not a charity and the blessings that one enjoys must be accumulated by oneself. It is unfair and unjust to rely on others' dedication and sacrifices without personally accumulating one's old age care capital in advance. I hope that everyone in the world will enjoy the elderly care mode benefits of the new oasis for life. May your sunset time be more exciting than your youth or middle age. What that benefits that you can have in the Xiefeng-style communist society. Xiefeng. July 24, 2018. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Peter. The Xiefeng-style communist society is based on the theories that are in nearly 4,000 articles. After 9 years of practice with more than 200 people participating, it has been proven to be a successful human production and life mode, which is completely different from traditional customs and standards of life. This mode can eliminate most of the crises faced by mankind, can make mankind continue to develop, and bring mankind into a new era. If you live in a Xiefeng-style communist society, you will have the following benefits. You will say goodbye to housework completely, and the endless family chores in the traditional family will never be a bother to you again. You do not have to worry about the support of your parents and the elderly. You do not have to worry about the parenting and education of your children. You no longer have to worry about your own food, clothing, shelter, transportation, birth, old age, sickness and death. It is difficult for you to get sick, and the probability of getting sick is almost zero. You will never have to worry about money again. You will have a rich emotional life, and you will not have to worry about solitude and loneliness. Every 3 years, you will be assigned to a new living environment. Your living environment will be clean, tidy, orderly, poetic, and picturesque, like a paradise. You will never commit a crime again, and you will not have to worry about going to prison. No one pesters you, no one supervises you, no one hurts you, and you are always free. If you want to live a lively life, many soul mates will accompany you. If you want peace and quiet, no one will disturb you. Someone will cook for you, and you can just go to have meals on time. After eating, someone will wash your tableware, knives, and forks. If your clothes are dirty, leave them at the laundry, someone will wash them and fold them up for you. If your room is dirty, you do not need to clean it yourself, someone will be responsible for the cleaning of it. You do not need to worry about electricity, water, internet, and other miscellaneous fees. Someone will pay for them regularly. You do not need to buy a house, there is a house for you. You do not need to buy a car, someone will solve the transportation problem for you. You do not need to worry about eating poison food, most vegetables, meat, and eggs are provided internally. You do not need to worry about your items being stolen, because there are no thieves and robbers. If you are a female, no one will come to molest you and sexually harass you, all sexual activity is strictly consensual. There are a variety of cultural entertainment and game activities that you can participate in or observe. You will have a lot of free time, you can learn and delve into the knowledge and skills that you are good at and interested in. Are these benefits enough? If you have welfare, you have obligations and responsibilities. Your obligations and responsibilities are to strictly follow the 800 values for new era human being and become a highly civilized person. We have created ideal production and life procedures for mankind. This is no longer a fantasy, but a living reality. I hope you can enjoy the above benefits in your lifetime. If you cannot, I hope your children can enjoy them. 418. 418, April 18th, opened a new chapter in human civilization. Xiefeng. April 19, 2023. Edited by Qinyu. 14 years ago today, a group of people gathered in Taiyuan, Shaanxi, China, opening the curtain on a new era of human civilization. A series of unprecedented and legendary events gradually deepened as it unfolded. Although humans still do not understand the truth of the matter, the magical number 418 will be engraved on the monument of human civilization history, becoming the spiritual energy and driving force to inspire people to continuously progress in civilization. After 14 years of summer and winter, and 4 seasons alternating, everything will dissipate into smoke and clouds. Only the new mode of production and life generated by 418 will emerge with unparalleled strength, like a vibrant sun shining on the earth, leading humans into an advanced form of civilization, turning the earth into a paradise and allowing every human born to enjoy the beauty of life. This is the shining of divine light, the crystallization of teachings from past gods, Buddhas, saints, and sages, as well as the hard work and dedication of Chanyuan celestials of life Changyuan. The mature Chanyuan celestials will be harvested and sent to the granary of heaven to enjoy the endless grace and benefits of heaven. After 14 years of practice, the new mode of production and life will present the following picture. All children are the commonwealth and treasure of humanity. The nurturing and education of children will no longer be the responsibility of parents. From weaning at 3 years old to university graduation, experienced and knowledgeable individuals with great love will take care of nurturing and educating children with the help of AI. The support of all elderly people will no longer be the responsibility of their children but will be borne by the whole society and included in the collective life of those with children, youth, and middle-aged individuals. There will be no more nursing homes, and no more independent elderly support models. As a historical form of life, marriage and family disappear, and the second home model replaces the traditional way of life. Religion fades from the historical stage, and natural Tao replaces all religious doctrines and rituals. The state, as a form of existence, has completed its historical mission. A global management model formed by strong artificial intelligence, AI, replaces the state, and humans enter an era of orderly and free migration on a global scale. Existing currencies of various countries will disappear, replaced by F-Coin. F-Coin is not a currency but a reflection of each person's personal value contribution to society. All resources belong to all humanity, and private ownership is completely eliminated. Service replaces management, and dedication will become the only standard for measuring personal character and value. From then on, theft, robbery, deception, corruption, competition, fighting, war, and other phenomena will disappear. Everyone will have something to do, food to eat, a place to live, and entertainment. Humans will enter an era of harmonious coexistence between individuals, society, and nature, with abundant material resources, rich products, and a colorful life. Currently, people are worried that robots generated by artificial intelligence will eliminate humans. I can solemnly tell everyone that this will not happen. Not only will it not happen, but robots will become the best assistants to bring benefits to humans. All of this is part of the predetermined program for human civilization to leap forward. The Creator will not let humans disappear, but instead will let humans enjoy the pleasures and eternity of life. Please be aware that the earth and humans are under the care and management of life forms that are more advanced than humans. 418 has created a brand new production and life mode that is different from traditional ones for humans. This mode represents the future living form of humans for the next 1,000 years. If you aspire to this way of life, seize the opportunity to learn about and enter this form. If you are not interested in this form, then continue with your current way of life, but you will only become more anxious, disappointed, and hopeless. Embracing the new way of life is the best life choice in today's era. The cultural aspects of the beauty of Life Changyuan's community life. Xiefeng. October 9, 2023. Ait by Qinyu. Culture is the nourishment of the soul. The kind of culture one is exposed to shapes one's soul. Ugly culture begets ugly souls, barbaric culture begets barbaric souls, and elegant and civilized culture begets cultured and refined souls. Conversely, ugly souls create ugly culture, noble souls create noble culture, barbaric souls create barbaric culture, and civilized souls create civilized culture. In the Bible, in the book of Luke, chapter 6, verses 43 and 44, Christ Jesus spoke about the relationship between culture and the soul, saying, "A good tree cannot produce bad fruit, and a bad tree cannot produce good fruit. You can identify them by their fruit, that is, by the way they act." This implies that good culture nurtures good souls, and bad culture influences the development of bad souls. By observing the behavior, speech, and living conditions of a particular ethnic group or population, we can determine whether their culture is barbaric or civilized. The beauty of life in the second home community has been experienced firsthand by hundreds of Chanyuan Celestials. Why do Chanyuan Celestials love and long for life in the community? Even after enduring more than a decade of trials and tribulations, they remain unwavering in their original intentions and unshaken in their faith. The answer lies in the culture of our community, which is noble, refined, profound, and civilized. Anyone can give it a try. Can you make 100 people from different backgrounds, who are strangers to each other, live together harmoniously, warmly, peacefully, happily, joyfully, freely, and blessedly? This life is free of quarrels, conflicts, complaints, or condemnation. There is no theft, corruption, poverty, or laziness. Each person voluntarily engages in creative labor without any administrative commands or compulsory measures. Can you achieve this? In our community, we have Christians, Buddhists, Taoists, Muslims, and even Communist Party members. We have urban professionals and rural folks, entrepreneurs, and the impoverished, PhD students and those who never completed elementary school. We have people in their 80s and 5 or 6-year-old children. All these people, with different backgrounds, cultures, beliefs, and values, have lived together harmoniously for over a decade. They respect and love each other, laugh and smile every day, living freely and happily. Can't this be taken as irrefutable proof that the culture of the second home community is highly civilized? Our community can be called the kingdom of the greatest creator, a replication of heavenly life, a utopia different from any utopian community in human history, including the New Harmony Village, founded by Robert Owen in the United States, surpassing it by 100-fold. The reason is that our community possesses a rich cultural heritage. Our community can be called the kingdom of the greatest creator, a replication of heavenly life, a parody on earth, and it can be described as genuine communism, entirely different from what has been discussed and practiced in modern history. Of course, it can also be referred to as a utopia, but this utopia is entirely distinct from any utopian community in human history. It surpasses Owen's New Harmony community in the United States by 100-fold, and the reason for this is our community's rich cultural heritage. Our community culture not only has universal values but also universal cosmic values. It means that our culture is suitable for any nationality, religion, political system, and culture on earth. It is applicable in the vast universe, from hell to heaven, from the celestial world to the Buddhist paradise, from the XYZ world to the XYZ world. Our community culture encompasses the teachings of Christ Jesus, Buddha Shakyamuni, Celestial Laozi, and the Prophet Muhammad. It includes rich content in philosophy, science, art, and the humanities. Our community culture provides a clearer and more thorough understanding of time and space. We provide unique explanations and analyses of concepts like horizontal spacetime. Our culture is down to earth, close to human nature, closer to facts, and closer to everyday life. We can rightfully call our culture heavenly culture. Our community culture is an open system, a transparent system. Anyone on earth, especially religious masters, political leaders, cultural elites, scientific experts, and philosophical giants, can come and try to refute it. If someone can overturn Chanyuan culture, they are like gods. Our community culture has nourished Chanyuan celestials, and it can also nourish anyone else. Only those who thoroughly understand Chanyuan culture can be considered true civilized people. Without an understanding of Chanyuan culture, regardless of who you are essentially a primitive person. The beauty of life in the second home community involves cultural, material, emotional, mental, and spiritual factors. In this article, we only discuss the cultural aspect. The spiritual aspects of the beauty of life at Chanyuan's community life. Xiefeng. October 10, 2023. Edited by Qinyu. In the universe, there are three types of energy: material energy, spiritual energy, and soul energy. Living solely on material energy are animals and plants. Some more advanced animals like monkeys and dogs require a bit of spiritual energy. Humans, on the other hand, need both material and spiritual energy. The abundance or lack of spiritual energy is closely related to a person's quality of life and standard of life. Lives sustained by soul energy have already transcended animals, plants, and even humans, making them like godlike beings. Spiritual energy is composed of factors such as achievements, friendships, status, experiences, knowledge, reputation, wealth, and talent. An accomplishment achieved in one's life becomes a person's spiritual energy. Ah Q often said, "My ancestors were well off, despite his own poverty and destitution." But every time he thought about his well-off ancestors, he would find great comfort in his spirit and psychology. When arguing with others, he would even glare and say, "Our ancestors were much more well-off than you. What are you?" Well-off ancestors can become a person's spiritual energy, let alone when one has achieved something themselves. Friendship is a form of spiritual energy that encompasses family bonds and social relationships. People often like to say things like, "The president of the Greater East Asia Prosperity Circle is my uncle, my brother had dinner with the President of the United States, my friend is the Minister of Energy in the Mariana Trench," and so on. Just by their connections becoming successful, they can derive it as their spiritual energy. Even without such connections, as long as one has a few close friends, a couple of acquaintances, and a few kindred spirits, these can all become a type of spiritual energy. Why do people go to great lengths to hold positions of authority and leadership? Because these positions are symbolic of status. Holding office is not merely for wealth, more importantly, it offers a form of spiritual energy. Observe someone who holds a modest position, like a minor government official. Their demeanor is noticeably different, as is their mental state. They often display a sense of superiority, especially when they are among subordinates, because an official position symbolizes one's status, which, in turn, contributes to their spiritual energy. I've consumed more salt than you've eaten rice, and I've crossed more bridges than you've walked roads. Why do people boast about the salt they've eaten and the bridges they've crossed? Because life experience is a form of spiritual energy. Some individuals remain calm, serene, and unperturbed in their composure, unmoved even if Mount Tai were to crumble before them. It's because they possess rich knowledge. Knowledge is an internal form of spiritual energy. A PhD may feel superior to a master's graduate, and a university graduate may feel a sense of superiority over a high school graduate, all thanks to the role of knowledge. One's reputation is also a type of spiritual energy. The praises of those around you can bring satisfaction, mental upliftment, and a boost in spiritual energy. The more people praising you, the greater your spiritual energy. This is why individuals highly regard the comments others make about them. Wealth can transform into a form of spiritual energy. For instance, capitalists who have earned billions have more than enough to live on for several lifetimes. Why then would they continue striving so hard to make money? Some officials have already embezzled billions, so why not stop while they are ahead? This is because their concern is no longer just the money but the enormous spiritual energy amassed through accumulated wealth. The psychological state of someone with a little money in their pockets or bank account differs entirely from that of someone with nothing at all. Talent and aptitude can also become a form of spiritual energy. White-collar workers look down on blue-collar workers, and skilled laborers feel superior to common laborers because of their talents and skills. So, the Chanyuan Celestials, who live in the second home community, possess abundant spiritual energy. Where does their spiritual energy come from? Firstly, the pattern and realm of the Chanyuan Celestials are incomparable to ordinary people. From the perspective of ordinary people, Chanyuan Celestials may seem foolish, but from the perspective of heaven, they are like ripe seeds of paradise. What ordinary people fail to see is that Chanyuan Celestials possess spiritual energy derived from accomplishments, friendships, social status, life experiences, knowledge, reputation, wealth, and talents. In terms of accomplishments, Chanyuan Celestials have created an eternal legend for humankind, the second home. Regarding friendship, every Chanyuan Celestial has thousands of kindred spirits. In terms of status, Chanyuan Celestials are immortals. The status of an immortal surpasses the secular presidency, just as the status of humans surpasses the rank of lead cattle within a herd. Concerning life experiences, they have traveled tens of thousands of kilometers, endured numerous hardships, and built a paradise on earth in the midst of the desert and wilderness. Who else has such life experiences? In terms of knowledge, who has the richest knowledge of the greatest creator, of being human, and of being a celestial? Who has read more books without words than them? As for reputation, as time progresses and human civilization advances, the reputation held by Chanyuan Celestials will eventually be known to all. Regarding wealth, to be honest, Chanyuan Celestials do not possess significant wealth. However, those who have lived in the community for an extended period are generally unwilling to leave the community even if offered 1 million. Can this demonstrate that they each possess more wealth than 1 million? Regarding talent, can the most beautiful and picturesque paradise on earth in human history be created without talent and abilities? Therefore, one of the factors contributing to the beauty of community life is that Chanyuan Celestials possess abundant spiritual energy. The soul aspects of the beauty of life of Chanyuan's community life. Xiefeng. October 11, 2023. Edited by Qinyu. Without a relatively perfect state of mind, it is extremely challenging to establish a perfect life system. Whether it's a family, a business, a community, a political party, a nation, or a country, the mental state of each member determines the group's quality of life. The core factor of the beauty of life in the community is that the Chanyuan Celestials possess a relatively perfect state of mind. We have always given top priority to the development of the soul garden. If the construction of the soul garden lags behind, all our efforts will eventually end up in chaos. The root of all crises lies in the crisis of the soul. A community of selfish individuals cannot create a perfect living system. Where there is selfishness, jealousy, complaints, hatred, conflicts, and strong egos, there will inevitably be a constant stream of contradictions, disputes, and disharmony. When you see two people arguing, fighting, or having conflicts, it is because there are too many weeds and toxic plants in their soul gardens. When you witness conflicts between two races, it is because there are problems in the minds of the members of those races. When you see two countries at war, it is because the people of those two countries have issues in their minds. When you see frequent natural disasters like floods, droughts, hurricanes, and wildfires, it is because there is a problem with the minds of all of humanity. In all construction activities, the construction of people's soul gardens comes first. If the construction of the soul garden is not done properly, even if you have mountains of gold and silver, even if you have a million-strong army, even if you have high technology, even if you have supernatural powers and spells, the result will be corruption and collapse. Each individual will not be able to lead a peaceful and harmonious life. To build a good soul garden, you must first absorb powerful spiritual energy. Without the infusion of strong spiritual energy, the construction of the soul garden is just empty talk. The most powerful source of spiritual energy comes from awe and belief in the greatest creator, and from a deep understanding of the fairness of the Tao. Without sincere awe and belief in the greatest creator and without a profound understanding of the fairness of the Tao, people cannot possess perfect morality, nor can they pursue truth and light. They will be led by their desires and lose their pursuit of virtues. They will yield to the temptations of money and power, and the pursuit of fame and fortune will become the daily norm. Deception, lies, cheating, theft, and violence will become societal epidemics. With awe and belief in the greatest creator and an understanding of the fairness of the Tao, a person establishes an internal judgment platform for their thoughts, words, and actions. They will not act recklessly, be audacious, be enticed by wickedness, harm life, society, or nature. Another source of spiritual energy is from the teachings of gods, Buddhas, immortals, and sages. It is quite strange that such insignificant creatures as humans can develop such ambitious and arrogant aspirations. This is the result of ignorance. Only by listening to the teachings of gods, Buddhas, immortals, and sages, such as the teachings of Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, Celestial Laozi, and the Deiform Buddha, can a person gain clarity of mind, distinguish between right and wrong, find their own coordinates and reference points, and learn how to conduct themselves. The third source of spiritual energy comes from a deep understanding of the law of causality and the law that the sum of positive and negative energy equals zero. Understanding what causes what and knowing that the effort equals the gain, one's life will be dedicated to truth, goodness, beauty, love, faith, honesty, diligence, and harmony. They will no longer be concerned with gains and losses, no longer be arrogant, and no longer associate with falsehood, evil, ugliness, hatred, deceit, and laziness. They will entrust their life and future to the management of the Tao. Lead a life of no regrets, no resentment, and no hatred, maintaining inner peace. Take things as they are, follow natural come-and-go relations, act in accordance with one's intrinsic nature, seize opportunities as they arise, and approach the future with confidence. Awe and sincere belief in the greatest creator, a willingness to submit to the management and arrangements of the Tao, listening to the teachings of gods, Buddhas, immortals, and sages, abiding by the laws of the universe and nature, these are the sources of spiritual energy for Chanyuan celestials. Possessing powerful spiritual energy is the core factor of the beauty of life in the community. Humanity's most ideal life has been born on Earth for over a decade. Xiefeng. July 11, 2023. Translation edited by Qinyu. Let me describe this kind of life, so you can see if it is the most ideal life for humanity. No one pays you a salary, bonus, or benefits. You have nothing, yet you immerse in happiness every day, no longer worrying about the necessities of life. No one supervises you, everything is up to you. Yet, every day, you willingly create, give, and contribute, finding your greatest joy in doing so. No worries about unemployment or the necessities of life, risks are shared, and resources are shared. There are no internal laws to constrain you, no rules or regulations to restrict you, everything is voluntary. Yet, life is lived in a tranquil ease, and people interact in a peaceful and harmonious manner. There's no conflict, let alone competition or contention. No marriages, no families, so there's no worry about caring for the elderly or raising children, tedious household chores disappear, and complex interpersonal relationships vanish. A rich and varied sexual life without the need to invest time, energy, or money in maintaining specific romantic relationships. No corruption, theft, gambling, or drugs, only love pervades the space. There's no manager above your free will, only values and programs are at work, values managing, and programs maintaining. Just be yourself, no need to scheme for interpersonal relationships. No lazy people, everyone is striving to achieve the highest quality. Use the resources within the scope of supply as much as you want. There is no designated person responsible for distributing the fruits of labor. Everyone's freedom and security are paramount. No interference in your freedom, no neglect of your safety. If anyone encroaches on others' freedom, threatens or harms others' safety, the program will expel them from the living circle. For a maximum of 3 years, everyone's living and working environment relocates. From place A to place B, then from place C to place D, and so on, indefinitely. Traditional customs of treating and giving gifts disappear. No need for anyone to establish special relationships. Holidays related to religion, political parties, or nations all vanish. No celebrations of birthdays, but cultural and entertainment activities are abundant. Sick individuals may receive care, but not pity or sympathy, as the basis for falling ill no longer exists. Why even fall ill? End-of-life care is meticulous, and everyone will die with dignity. Everyone is a labor creator. White-collar workers who are purely exempt from physical labor account for less than 1%. The wealth gap is nearly zero. No worries about education, healthcare, housing, or retirement since the collective assumes responsibility for all. The aforementioned ideal lifestyle can be partially realized in any part of the world or integrated on a global scale, but it cannot be fully unfolded. For some individuals, this way of life is undesirable. Those deeply entrenched in pursuits of power, wealth, and social status, aiming to live lives that evoke envy and jealousy, find this ideal life appalling. It needs to be vigilantly guarded against, prevented, suppressed, and eradicated. This ideal life has existed on Earth for over a decade. Therefore, it is not just a paper theory or an imaginary concept, it's a living reality. Do you think there is a more ideal way of life? If so, please enlighten us. Analysis of the reasons for repeated hardships faced by the home. Xiefeng. November 20, 2023. Translation edited by Qinyu. As of now, we have established 23 homes, namely, Harare Home, Taiyuan Home, Siba Home, Heavenly Hotel, First Branch, Third Branch, Fourth Branch, Nanhua, Catel, Geyser, Qingma, Farmhouse Hotel, Hidden Mountain Villa, Sesame Slope, Deep Mountain Forest, Secluded Fairy Source, Fairy Rime Oasis, Huagua Mountain, Youth Home, First Branch in Thailand, Second Branch in Thailand, Headquarters in Canada, and Korea Home. Among these, Taiyuan, Siba, Heavenly Hotel, and the First Branch in Thailand were voluntarily abandoned. The Harare Home was a mistake due to poor management. The only existing homes are the Second Branch in Thailand, Home in Korea, and the Canadian headquarters. The remaining 15 homes were destroyed by local governments. Now, let's analyze the internal and external factors contributing to the repeated hardships faced by the homes. Firstly, we know that the growth and decline of all things are governed by the law of nature. Everything in the universe operates within these laws, constrained, rewarded, and punished by them. The destruction of the second home of life Achanuan is undoubtedly part of the intricate arrangement of these natural laws. Although it appears to have been destroyed by the government, fundamentally, it is a part of the arrangement of the Tao. Secondly, all appearances, existences, and extinctions are manipulated by invisible and intangible forces behind them. For instance, human behavior is controlled by the invisible consciousness of people. Specifically, it is determined by a person's beliefs, morals, ethics, sentiments, scope, realm, cognition, values, perspectives on life, and worldview. The existence and destruction of the second home of life Achanuan is definitely controlled by unseen forces. External actions are only superficial, the real influence comes from internal factors. Lastly, what plants and animals thrive in a particular place are determined by the climate and geographical environment. What social forms a place will take are determined by its cultural factors. For example, while the second home of life Achanuan can thrive and develop in Thailand and Canada, it cannot survive in China due to the political and cultural environment of China. Thus, we can roughly identify several main factors contributing to the destruction of our homes. The collective karma of the Chinese nation temporarily disqualifies it from experiencing the beauty of the second home. Exceptionally beautiful experiences are reserved for lives that embody extraordinary qualities. Although there are many extraordinary lives on Chinese soil, overall, the Chinese people are currently not qualified or fortunate enough to experience extraordinary things. Therefore, when extraordinary things appear in this land, they are annihilated in their infancy. The Life-Achanyuan members who once lived in the second home have personally experienced the unparalleled beauty of home life. Even in its relatively primitive state, the second home's condition was enough to captivate everyone, making them unwilling to return to traditional life. Once the home program is perfected and the environment is built as envisioned, life in the second home will be scarcely different from life in the lowest level of heaven. Hence, we must deeply reflect, are the life qualities of Chanyuan celestials sufficient to qualify for and meet the standards of enjoying life in such an exquisite home? Therefore, the initial construction of most homes went smoothly. However, as the homes became more and more beautiful, Chanyuan celestials were expelled. Thus, we must ask ourselves, am I qualified to enjoy home life? Have I resolved my karmic entanglements? Have I repaid my debts? Do I no longer have any selfishness? Have I relinquished my attachments? Can I live harmoniously with my brothers and sisters? Have I strictly followed the guide's roadmap? When fate wants to destroy something, it first drives it to madness. When fate wants something to prosper, it first causes it to suffer. Numerous historical events have proven this point. Judging from this, the repeated hardships faced by the homes are meant to cultivate our resilience and strength. It is foreseeable that the second home of Life-Achanyuan will surely prosper. I have complete confidence that the second home will prosper and develop. This confidence comes from three sources. Firstly, we have a series of theories to support us. Secondly, we have a successful home model, especially after enduring suppression for 14 years, our homes in Thailand and Canada continue to stand strong and grow. Finally, we have a group of Chanyuan celestials who, despite long-term suffering, remain unwavering in their original intentions and are becoming increasingly resilient. In China, we will continue to build homes because Chanyuan celestials can only truly understand the meaning of becoming Chanyuan celestials when living in a home. Only then can they achieve the state of possessing nothing yet having everything, free from worries about food, clothing, shelter, transportation, and the cycle of life and death. Eventually, they can become mature crops harvested into the granary of heaven. Human history will prove that the Life-Achanyuan values and the second home model are the hope of humanity. We will continue to march towards the pinnacle of human civilization as before. The principles and values behind the disappearance of homes. Shui Feng. November 28, 2023. Translation edited by Qinyu. 1 minute on stage, 10 years of hard work off stage. The annual moment of fame for Nobel Prize winners takes only a few minutes, yet it conceals years, even decades, of quiet research, contemplation, and exploration. It is said that Edison experimented with 1,600 materials before successfully inventing the light bulb. Throughout human history, those who achieved great accomplishments have almost always been repeatedly battered by failures. When we examine the histories of Judaism, Christianity, and Buddhism, we find that in their developmental histories, they suffered numerous destructive setbacks. For instance, Buddhism in Chinese history experienced 5 periods of extinction. Considering recent suppression, it faced at least 6 destructive oppressions. Every spectacular transformation in an individual or a cause is forged through blood, tears, and is brewed from pain. We witnessed the beautiful butterfly dancing in the flowers, yet it emerged from the metamorphosis of a crawling caterpillar. The transformation from a caterpillar to a butterfly is an extremely arduous and painful process. I have long observed the growth process of silkworms and the transformation of silkworm pupae into moths. Each molt and metamorphosis is a test of life and death and a heart-wrenching split. From the perspective of Tai Chi principles, darkness and light coexist, shame and honor are shared, failure and success are twins, pain and joy are intertwined. To enter the light, one must go through darkness; to gain honor, one must face shame. Without experiencing failure, success is nearly impossible; to enjoy joy, one must endure pain. 11 seasons have come and gone, green hills remain, how many sunsets have glowed red. The 15 picturesque paradises we painstakingly built with our sweat and toil have suffered destructive blows. Through 10+ springs and autumns, 10+ instances of wind, frost, and snow, we have committed no wrongdoing. Why then must we endure such devastation? What is the reason behind it? The answer is, this is a consequence of the objective laws of development, a process and price that must be paid. Without experiencing darkness, where would the light come from? Without setbacks, where would tranquility arise? Without paying the price, where would blessings come from? The book Kai Gen Tan says, when heaven is about to inflict misfortune upon people, it first treats them with small blessings. Therefore, one should not rejoice excessively when blessed, but rather consider if they can endure it. When heaven is about to confer blessings upon people, it first admonishes them with slight misfortunes. Hence, don't overly worry when misfortune arrives, but consider if they can be rescued. The Taoism master Laozi teaches us, good fortune lies within misfortune, and misfortune may conceal within good fortune. The proverb, the old man at the frontier lost his horse, illustrates the uncertainty of fate. After facing numerous setbacks over more than 10 cycles of seasons, who can assert that it is not a blessing in disguise for the home? Slower growth fosters deeper roots, a richer appearance, and longer longevity. Born suddenly, gone suddenly, similarly, slow to grow, long to last. The longer the lifespan of something, the more setbacks and hardships it endures, and its growth proceeds more gradually. The lifespan of the Life-Echanuan era is 1,000 years. This is a lengthy process, making it longer than the existence of any other thing in human history. Thus, according to the principles of the objective laws of development, the setbacks and blows experienced by Life-Echanuan have yet to be enough. We must be psychologically prepared to accept more challenges. However, we explicitly understand that it's due to enduring over a decade of hardships that we've realized the value of Life-Echanuan, acknowledging the remarkable power and vitality of the second home's innovative modes of living and production. If we hadn't faced these trials, it would signify that what we're engaged in and the path we're following align with outdated, lifeless cultures and systems, destined to disappear swiftly, much like horse-drawn carriages when automobiles arrived. So, fellow Chanyuan Celestials, although we are facing difficulties now, the future of Life-Echanuan is undoubtedly bright and glorious. Our wishes will undoubtedly be fulfilled, our aspirations will certainly come true. Anahim Lake, the holy pilgrimage site of Life-Echanuan. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qinyu. Anahim, an indigenous name, means the beginning of creation, which can be translated as the dawn of creation or the origin of creation. Anahim Lake is situated in the 25,000 square kilometer Chilcotin Wilderness area. To the north of the lake lies vast, pristine forest. To the west, the rolling coastal mountain range. To the south, scattered wooden houses of the indigenous people. To the east, there is wild and untamed wilderness. Anahim Lake covers an area of 5.8 square kilometers. Its surface is clear, with sparkling waters and waterfowl playing joyfully. In the distance, the continuous coastal mountains are clearly visible, with towering snow-capped peaks. Being at Anahim Lake, one can merge with nature. Escaping the clamor of the world, isolated from worldly temptations and sorrows. It is both a place for calming the mind and refining one's nature, as well as a place to experience the sacred spirit of nature. The resort of Life-Echanuan, covering nearly 8 hectares, is located on the shore of Anahim Lake. Outside the 3-story main building, there are 7 wooden cabins, nestled among the trees by the water, with enchanting scenery. This is the holy pilgrimage site of Life-Echanuan. The Pilgrimage Song of Anaheim Lake. Xiefeng. August 21, 2024. Weary of the complexities of the mundane world, come for a purification of the soul. Tired of the struggles of human life, lost in the streets of the world. Pack a simple backpack and head towards Anaheim Lake. I am going on a pilgrimage, to elevate my life. Bid farewell to worldly splendor, step into a serene sacred place. Revive the heart of pilgrimage, shake off the weariness of body and soul. Let the eternal regrets of reincarnation end at the pilgrimage site. May my most beautiful wishes be fulfilled on the pilgrimage journey. My heart has long been in heaven. Embracing the dreams that haunt my soul, I embark on the pilgrimage journey. Even if the road is long, winding, and full of obstacles, even if I perish halfway, I would die on the road to heaven. The heart of pilgrimage invigorates my spirit. The belief in pilgrimage doubles my courage. I bid farewell to mundane emotions and affairs, leaving behind the clamor of the world. I accept the call of the messenger, inheriting the ancient call. Heading towards the Holy Land, towards heaven. Let my life become a rainbow flashing across the sky. Let my life become a light piercing the boundless darkness. With my pilgrimage faith, with my steadfast spirit, I will compose a brilliant chapter of life, emitting the unparalleled radiance of life. Modernize streamline production and the life pattern of the second home, now new oasis for life. Shuefeng. September 16, 2011. Let's see the roads and streets all over the world, all packed with endless flow of automobiles. I have a question, where do so many vehicles come from? The answer, they come from the production line of modern automobile manufacturers. Now a new car can flow out from the streamline of a large enterprise every several minutes. Or possibly a car can be produced in only 1 minute. Before the adoption of Streamline, Ford Company spent 12 hours 28 minutes in assembling one T-model automobile in small workshops. After the introduction of Streamline, the time was reduced to 8 seconds for each automobile, and the efficiency of manufacture increased by 44.88 times. The cost of production was reduced by nearly 50%. A small workshop can make only 12 automobiles in 1 year, but the Streamline can produce nearly 100,000 automobiles in 1 year. This shows how great the power of Streamline production is. What is the Streamline production? Streamline production works by dividing a whole manufacturing process into different separate procedures, each handled by a specific person, and forming a complete finished product at the terminal of the production line. The workers on the Streamline are only adept at the procedure they are doing but know almost nothing about how other procedures are conducted or how the entire product is manufactured. Thus, workers attending the Streamline are all technical experts and elites. The advantage of Streamline production is the greatly reduced cost of production, the greatly increased product performance and quality, and the greatly promoted production speed and efficiency. Now a very ordinary car sells at only 30,000 RMB in China. With the traditional method of production in a small workshop, it will be impossible to produce such a car at this price. Now Streamline production has been employed to manufacture all kinds of machines and equipments, cars, computers, or mobile phones. The traditional method of production in small workshops has long been eliminated. Because of high cost, low efficiency, and poor quality, the production methods of small workshops can no longer meet the requirement of the market. Accordingly, we can figure out which is the best way of life for mankind, the small workshop type of life or the Streamline type of life. Let's make a comparison. The small workshop type of life is represented by the huge number of small families that live according to traditional customs, while the Streamline type of life is the life pattern of the second home in life Achanuan. In the traditional life of small workshop type of family, each adult must be an all-rounder and must do many things, like purchase, processing, production, cleaning, washing, looking after old people and children, reciprocating courtesy, dealing with people outside the family, and so on. For example, after getting up in the morning, a housewife in a rural area will first do cleaning, cook breakfast, take care of children and elderly people, then she will make haste to go to work in the field. After returning from the work in the field, she will pick up vegetables in the garden, wash the vegetable and cook the lunch, wash the cauldron and clean the stove, and after a short break she will hurry again to the work in the field, and after returning from the work outside she will go on to cook the dinner and wash clothes. These are only routine tasks. In addition, she has to feed chickens and pigs, and should take care of children or old people if they fall ill. A housewife in the city is even more busy than her counterpart in the countryside if she has a job or a small business. They live in this way day after day and year after year. What are the effects? Women living in hundreds of millions of small families are busily occupied in family affairs and do not have much time of leisure. Not many people can have an efficient and leisurely life. In the streamlined type of life in the second home, each person is engaged only in one job. Some will only take charge of cooking, some will only take charge of washing clothes, some will specialize in purchase, some in cleaning, some in looking after children, some in working in fields, some in repairing, some in dealing with the outside world, and so on. Everyone does a job that he or she likes. As a result, the efficiency is increased, the cost is lowered, and leisure time is increased, and the feeling and mood becomes more peaceful and calmer. Strictly speaking, in the small workshop type of life, everyone is rushing about to make a living, while in the streamlined type of life in the second home everyone is playing games for a life. Without the invention and application of the great streamlined type of production, it would be impossible for us to enjoy everything that we have today, it would be impossible for mankind to have a brighter future, and it would be impossible for mankind to enter the highly civilized society and times. Anyone who does not embrace streamlined production will be eliminated, and any production and lifestyle that does not embrace streamline will be eliminated. The conclusion is that the small workshop types of production will inevitably be eliminated and replaced by streamlined type of production. And the small workshop type of family life will inevitably be eliminated and be replaced by the streamlined type of the life of the second home. This is an unavoidable historical development. Or in another word, no matter whether you like it or not, the traditional family life is bound to be replaced by the life of the second home, and the traditional small family will be swept into the historical dustbin as a backward and ignorant way of life. The humanitarian strategy of the second home, now new oasis for life, the care for the old. Xie Feng. February 9, 2010. One of the greatest worries of life is the lack of support and care and the fear of loneliness and solitude at the old age. One fears that there might be no one to take care and handle his or her funeral affairs, so a person would raise sons and daughters so that he or she might have someone to take care of him or her at the old age. In every society there are people who have no kins and could not support themselves. Everyone hopes to have a good beginning and a good ending and have someone to take care of him or her at the old age. People have tried different ways to achieve this ideal, for example, the building of communities, entering the monasteries, Taoist temples, and nursing homes. The core of the hope is still built upon the support and care provided by children. If the problem of care for people at the old age cannot be solved completely, people's anxiety and fear would be difficult to banish, and it will be difficult to realize a harmonious and auspicious society and banish a series of related social problems, such as family conflicts, inheritance of property, and children's worries. The problem of supporting the aged people is a social issue. All members of the society should contribute their wisdom to solve this problem once and for all. Relying solely on children or social help is like scratching an itch from outside the boot and thus cannot address the root of the problem, because children may not be completely reliable and the care and help from the society may not reach everyone that needs it. The sea of suffering is boundless, but you can find the shore if you turn back your head. The will of the greatest Creator is to ensure that everyone has a joyful, pleasant, free and happy life, and Jesus Christ and Buddha Sakyamuni have always been concerned about everyone's happiness. The Prophet Muhammad has also toiled all his life for the happiness of mankind. Marx, Lenin, Mao Zedong and other great men have all pursued all their life to solve the tribulations of mankind. The sages and saints in history have all thought about and strived for the happiness of the whole mankind. We have come to this new age, we should not shift the responsibility of the care for the aged people to the next generations. At present we should work out a proper solution to this problem and carry it out actively and effectively. In order to achieve this purpose, Life Achanuan has founded the Second Home. The care for the old is one of the humanitarian strategies of the Second Home. Currently, there are 9 permanent Chanyuan celestials in the Second Home who are 60 years old and above. 2 of them are in their 70s. The home has provided them everything to meet their needs for food, clothing, shelter, transportation and care. In this home old people are respected, and none of them has ever been maltreated. Old people do not need to worry about their food, clothing, shelter, transportation, and health, and do not need to worry whether their children will care for and support them, because this issue has been solved by the home. The care for old people's life should not stop at physiological and material levels but should extend to their need of spirit and soul. We must make sure that they live in the collective, among middle-aged people, young people and children, in the hope for the wonderful future of life, and amidst the self-cultivation and self-refinery, during which one will not regret for dying in the afternoon if he or she has understood Tao in the morning. The practice and life in the Second Home have proved that old people are not a burden to the home, instead they have become the mainstay of the home. They get up early and work till late at night, doing what they can for the home silently. They have worked unselfishly and contributed their wisdom. They have never grumbled about their work. Therefore, it is a huge blessing for old people to stay in the home and for us to live with them. There may be lazy young people, but there have been no lazy old people. This is a real picture of the Second Home. The Second Home of Life Achanuan has solved the problem of care for the old people, which has remained unresolved for thousands of years. With the continuous consolidation and perfection of the Second Home, the home will become a fairyland not only for children, but also for young people, middle-aged people, and old people. Once you become Chanyuan Celestial and live permanently in the Second Home, you can rely on it to solve the problem of food, clothing, shelter, transportation, living, old age, health, and death. The young children no longer depend on their parents, and the old people no longer depend on their children. One can achieve the spiritual state of a celestial being in the Second Home, now new oasis for life. Xiefeng. March 1, 2011. There are 3 levels of the spiritual state of a celestial being. The first level is the separation from suffering, the acquisition of happiness, and the serenity of body and soul. The second level is having nothing and yet owning everything. The third level is great freedom and eternal happiness. A person has attained the spiritual state of an immortal when he or she becomes a celestial being, a bodhisattva, an angel, a Buddha, and a super-celestial being. Soiled evidences are needed for the attainment the spiritual state of a celestial being, otherwise it would be empty talks no matter how much principle you understand. According to Christian teachings, a life of an angel without marriage can count as the attainment of the spiritual state of a celestial being. According to the Buddhist teachings, a mind without abode and care and far from the reverse dream and a mind of nirvana can count as the attainment of the spiritual state of a celestial being. A person can be said to have become a celestial being, a bodhisattva, an angel, and a Buddha, who has attained the spiritual state of a celestial being, as long as he or she does not marry but lives like an angel, as long as he has no care and does not confine his mind to a certain abode, as long as he or she is far from suffering, is close to happiness and serene mind, as long as he or she owns nothing and yet has everything, as long as he is free and forever happy, no matter whether he or she understands the teachings of Christianity, Buddhism or Taoism, no matter which religion he or she is cultivating, and no matter whether he or she understand the principles or whether he or she is learned or not. If a person has never experienced the 3 levels of the spiritual state of a celestial being in the human world, then he or she has not attained the spiritual state of a celestial being. After he or she dies, departs the human world, he or she will not be able to go to the paradise. The state of consciousness a person is in at the time of death will decide the world he is going to after the death, just like a fax. You cannot achieve after death what you have failed to achieve when you are alive. You will feel pain after death if you have felt it in your lifetime. If you have not attained the spiritual state of a celestial being, it would be impossible for you to achieve it after death. The information and code of gene will decide everything for the future life. It would be self-deceiving to think that those who have had profound cultivation but failed to experience the life in paradise in their lifetime will go to the paradise after death. It can thus be known that if you cannot attain the spiritual state of a celestial being in the secular world and experience the life in paradise, then you may live the life of a single but yet cannot be like an angel. You can have nothing, but you cannot achieve the state of having everything. You can have money and position, but you cannot make yourself free of care and abode. It can thus be said that we cannot attain the spiritual state of a celestial being and go to the heavenly kingdom as long as we are still living in marriage and family, as long as we are still possessing something, as long as we are still worried about food, clothing, shelter, transportation, living, old age, illness, and death, as long as we are depressed and have not obtained full freedom of sex. Sea water is bitter and salty, the more you drink it, the thirstier you will become. To satisfy our thirst, we must drink fresh water. The latrines reek of disgusting smells. If you want to have fragrant air, go to live in a place of fragrant flowers and twittering birds. The secular society is a place for mortals. If you want to become a celestial being, an angel, and a Buddha, you must shake off the bondage of the secular world and go to live in the fairyland where the nature of origin is in full bloom. Then in what place on the earth can the nature of origin blossom? Can people be free of the bondage of the secular world and need not worry about food, clothing, shelter, transportation, living, old age, illness, and death, and can people remain unmarried and live like an angel and own nothing but have everything? Answer: in the world of today, neither utopian community, nor communist communities, temples, monasteries, Taoist temples, nor mind-calming places are the ideal venues for the attainment of the spiritual state of a celestial being. The best place is the second home of Life Echanuan. This is not an advertisement for Life Echanuan, nor is it a religious complex for Life Echanuan, nor is it a bewitching phrase to instigate people to enter the second home, nor is it a hypocritical sermon to cheat people engaged in self-refinery and self-cultivation. It is a fact. It is easy for anyone to come to this conclusion as long as he understands the intention of the greatest creator of the universe and life, as long as he understands the teachings, instructions, and will of Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, celestial Lao Tzu, and sages and saints of various generations. Action speaks louder than words. A person cannot live in illusion and self-deception. How good a person's self-refinery and self-cultivation is can only be verified by facts. Whether a person has attained the spiritual state of a celestial being should be personally experienced in a step-by-step manner. Without the verification of facts and personal experience, all will only be self-deceiving empty talk. The hope for the attainment of the spiritual state of a celestial being lies in the second home created by Life Echanuan. It is very difficult to achieve this through other methods. Blessed are the Chanyuan celestials living in the second home. You should treasure this home, which is the transfer station from the human world to the heavenly kingdom and the best place to attain the spiritual state of a celestial being. Facts will continuously verify this. The complementation of advantages and mutual services in the second home, now new oasis for life. Xiefeng. March 22, 2010. The second home is the transfer station from the human world to the heavenly kingdom. In the second home, Chanyuan celestials who have gradually escaped from the secular program begin to learn the way of life in the heavenly kingdom, especially the way of life in the thousand-year world. In the home they can cultivate the moral sentiment and quality of celestial being in the heavenly kingdom, and lay a foundation of life for entering the heavenly kingdom after departing the human world. Everyone has his or her inborn character, specialty, and hobbies. Everyone can fully bring his or her inborn character, specialty, and hobbies into play. Everyone can fully utilize his or her advantages. In this way, Everything in production and life and every procedure in the second home is done by people with advantages. As a result, everything in every procedure will be completed in the best way. And this is called the complementation of advantages in the home. No one shall be forced to do anything that he or she is not willing to do or is not good at. Everyone should find his or her advantage and bring it into full play. One major characteristic that distinguishes the second home is that in the secular world people in many cases have to do what they do not like to do and what they are not good at. While in the second home, since everyone's food, clothing, shelter, transportation, living, old age, and health and death are taken charge of by the home, the old people are taken care of by the home, the children are brought up and educated by the home, and there is no family in the home, so the work that everyone does is not related to salary, emolument and reward, and there is no distinction between nobility and lowness in any work. Currently life and production in the second home goes on in a methodically and orderly manner. All work proceeds most perfectly, from cooking, laundering, cleaning, breeding, planting, building houses, and so on. All this benefits from the complementation of advantages. For example, recently Yunnan has suffered severe drought, which has seriously affected the availability of water for use and drinking. Because the second home has talents and every one of them has fully utilized their advantages, purchase of electrical generators, pumps, digging wells in the valley, and the pumping of water into the home have all been accomplished smoothly, without the help from the outside. With the development of the home, barbers, doctors, nurse, and teachers will also be needed in the future. Thus, a community resembling the village of thousand-year world is completely established. In addition to the complementation of advantages, another characteristic of the second home that distinguishes it from the secular life is the mutual services provided by Chanyuan celestials to each other. Since they all follow the same values, which conforms to Lao Tzu's teaching of embracing the one as the model of world, every Chanyuan celestial can fully utilize his or her specialty to serve the home. In addition, there is no contention for power, position, honor, interest, and benefit in the home. The mutual services between Chanyuan celestials are thus different in nature from the mutual service in the secular program. In the secular program, even the mutual services between family members have a price tag, have a purpose, and are based on consideration of interest. That is to say, they owe each other a debt. Emotional debt is also a kind of debt. However, in the second home, the mutual service does not involve owing debt to each other. Each does his or her share of work. As a result, everyone is free from spiritual and psychological burdens and can live a life of ease. All that accompanies life is pleasure and happiness. In the second home, everyone is only responsible for the greatest creator and for themselves. Everything they do is to accomplish their cultivation. Here people don't ascribe to the value that, I do this for the good of the home and all people. No one should lecture anyone about high-sounding principle, and should not try to impose his or her own life outlook and values on others. Everyone shall abide by 800 values for new era human being. Everyone shall focus on perfecting themselves, and practice the principle that, I don't offer help if no one asks for it, and I will immediately give a hand if someone turns to me for assistance, and that, I don't mind the troubles of other people, I don't concern other people's business. These values come from the consciousness of celestial being in the heavenly kingdom, and have provided fundamental guarantee that Life Chanyuan does not evolve into a religious or political organization. Though the second home is developing healthily, is perfecting itself after the model of thousand-year world, and is currently becoming better and better. More than 60 people from different areas are living in peace and harmony. There have never been cases of contradictions, conflicts, and everything goes on in perfect order. This has proved that the values of Life Chanyuan is correct, reasonable and insightful. If we adhere to the values, fully utilize our own advantages, serve each other, we can be guaranteed the joy, happiness, freedom, and blessing, and we will certainly marching toward the 1,000-year world, 10,000-year world, and celestial island continent of the Elysium world. Holographic management. Whoever advances the proposal will be responsible for the proposal. Xie Feng. August 16, 2009. It is easy and simple to make a proposal, but not so easy and simple to put it into practice. A good proposal is comparable to the fulcrum of a lever stick, with which a small weight can exercise great impact and bring about countless profits. A bad idea, on the other hand, can disturb one's thread of thought, can make one weighed down with work, and can cause the collapse of the whole collective or the whole cause. Life Echanuan does not adopt democratic management system, instead it adopts holographic management system. Each affair, be it small or big, shall be taken charge of by one person only. The person in charge of the affair employs superhuman philosophy, namely, either what you say counts or what I say counts. If what I say counts, then you listen to me, and I will be responsible for all consequences and faults. If what you say counts, then I listen to you, and you will be responsible for all consequences and faults. There is no room for compromise. Cut down all useless affairs, useless talks, and useless actions. All affairs for which you cannot undertake responsibility are useless affairs, all talks for which you cannot undertake responsibility are useless talks, and all actions for which you cannot undertake responsibility are useless actions. Therefore, anyone who puts forward a proposal must first of all clearly understand that he can shoulder the corresponding responsibility for the proposal. If he cannot measure up to the proposal and is not willing to shoulder the responsibility, then his proposal can only amount to useless talks and useless actions, no matter how good your proposal might be. Everyone has his own set of thinking. The thinking of the specific responsible person is most practical. When doing things, one should follow his own thinking, only in this way can he have a control of the overall situation and a definite goal in view. If he lets himself led blindly by others' proposals, he will easily lose his way, wobble in his actions, shift his responsibility onto others, and neglect his duty. Hence, when someone has undertaken certain responsibility and is going all out for its performance, others had better cooperate actively instead of only putting forward ideas and suggestions. Those who speculate to secure personal gains are inclined to only offer suggestions and are not willing to do practical things. Those who shy away from hard tasks and responsibility are only engaged in bragging and boasting. They are called sponger in the history of China. They make use of their wits to earn a living. Chief of Staff, Commissar, and Idea Man all belong to this category. They need not take responsibility if they have messed things up, and the worst scenario is that they just resign and walk away. If things go smoothly and succeed, they simply try various means to claim credit for the success and secure personal promotion. If the world is plagued with such kind of people, more and more people will become experts of speculation for personal gains, more and more people will excel in hypocrisy, cheating, scheming, and power struggle. These people will make trouble out of nothing and bring calamity to the people and the country. All those who like to make proposal but cannot put it into practice themselves are mostly people who have no practical capabilities and are unwilling to engage in practical actions but want to show off their wits and secure glories for themselves. People of this kind are superficial, frivolous, and empty. They will only be friends of good time and will not offer help when someone is really in need of it. They would not forge forward step by step, instead they want to have a meteoric rise and become the center of power. People who are brave to take up responsibility generally don't put forward ideas or suggestions, instead, they simply say, "I will do this." People who do not want to do anything practical but want to intervene in it are those who bring ruin to the matter instead of contributing to the success of it. Life Echanuan is to usher in the age of Life Echanuan for mankind, so it must pioneer a new pattern of management for mankind. It should reduce useless talk and action to the greatest extent, and arrange to the front line of production those people who put up a boastful appearance but don't do any practical thing, who only talk rubbish and engage in speculation to secure personal gains, and who only want to flaunt themselves. Every member shall be involved in a specific task, and the nature of such tasks must be strictly limited to the creation of spiritual, soul and material wealth. Otherwise, he or she is just making rubbish, virus, and disaster. In Life Echanuan, people with a practical attitude are most respected, while people with a boastful and impractical attitude are most despised. How much value you have is not decided by what you say but by what you do. Life Echanuan does not refuse proposal, but the person that makes the proposal must take the charge and be responsible for what he has proposed. In this way, the person who puts forward the proposal will be one whose words are consistent with his actions, and the one who acts and thinks in one and the same way, and the one who has a noble character and is willing to make contributions. Life Echanuan will carry on the great cause of unifying all thoughts and all methods and initiating the period of Life Echanuan for mankind. What we are doing is vast and endless. As long as you are willing, everyone can most fully bring his or her talent into play. Our approach to proposal is that whoever makes the proposal shall be responsible for it. Holographic management, everyone can show his special feats just like 8 Chinese immortals crossing the sea. Xiefeng. May 17, 2009. The ultimate goal of Chanyuan Celestials is to become celestial beings, whose greatest characteristics are joy, pleasure, happiness, and especially freedom. Thus this home of ours is so managed as to make everyone happy and free. Anything that shackles our happiness and freedom is against the holographic management. How can all the affairs of the home be managed in a lively and orderly manner, and how can we ensure that everyone is joyful, pleasant, free, and happy? How can we guarantee both unified will and individual happiness? There are no better methods except that everyone upholds the Chanyuan values and most fully utilizes their sincerity, kindness, virtue, love, honesty, and faith. There are no special administrators in this home. Everyone is an administrator. Everyone serves the home according to his or her character and capability. Everyone is in charge of himself or herself. Everyone contributes creatively to the home. Everyone is responsible for a specific task. It is impossible to want to do everything, nor is it possible to be unable to do anything. One must carry through to the end what he or she has begun doing, not leaving it to others. In this home, everyone does his own work and does not worry about others' work. They should mind their own business instead of others. He or she does not interfere in others' affairs, no matter whether they are busy or free. Everyone should only take care of his or her own business. Whether or not others have done their work well is none of your business. Just look at yourself, do not look at others. Any jealousy, complaint, criticism, and reproach is wrong and goes against the mechanism of holographic management. Currently there are 32 Chanyuan Celestials who are free of any care and are devoted to our home body and soul: Hundun Celestial, Taiji Celestial, Ahuang Celestial, Wanyan Celestial, Hengda Celestial, Shengong Celestial, Endi Celestial, Shensi Celestial, Sanghai Celestial, Jiawa Celestial, Fia Celestial, Chuanya Celestial, Xuanda Celestial, Edi Celestial, Puxia Celestial, Tianbao Celestial, Shanbao Celestial, Lianxia Celestial, Jinsi Celestial, Zhonghuang Celestial, Huibao Celestial, Jiaoxian Celestial, Dongfang Celestial, Mizong Celestial, Shenzhen Celestial, Lexian Celestial, Jiaohong Celestial, Huanqin Celestial, Xiangzhen Celestial, Yixian Celestial, Yinghuang Celestial, and Zixia Celestial. The 32 Celestials are all permanent residents of the second home, now new oasis for life. The home is responsible for all expenses of these permanent residents, including expenses for food, clothing, shelter, transportation, living, aging, illness, and death. As individuals, they have nothing but own everything in the home. The 32 permanent residents in the second home each shows their special feats like the 8 immortals crossing the sea. Shouldering the sacred mission of initiating the age of Life Echanuan for mankind, they help each other to weather the difficulties and share happiness and woes with each other, and they serve each other, each trying their best. They are blended in the generality of Chanyuan and at the same time have retained their individuality, with all flowers in bloom, each displaying their unique charms. Although some celestials have not entered the second home because opportunity has not yet ripened, they are silently serving the home outside it, caring for it and making contribution to it every day. Every one of them are doing their best for this common home in different ways and through different channels, which also reflects the wonder of holographic order of management. Under this system, they need no leadership, and no management, they don't care for personal gain and loss, they don't care for life or death, honor or humiliation, they devote themselves most sincerely and unselfishly to the home. They have also manifested their special skills. The second home is the transfer station between human being and celestial beings. Entering the second home with no personal belongings and devoting themselves entirely to it, these Chanyuan celestials have covered half the journey from mortals to immortals, with the latter half of the journey to be accomplished in the second home. The Chanyuan celestials outside the second home should continuously accomplish their earthly relations and create the conditions to enter the second home as quickly as possible. Chanyuan celestials should meet 4 requirements to enter the second home. Read Chanyuan Corpus and Xiefeng Corpus thoroughly and conduct self-refinery and self-cultivation in this home of spirit and soul for more than 1 year. Basically accomplish the early relations, not closely connected with the secular world, and don't have much misgivings. Uphold the 800 values for new era human being and have made proper disciplines for oneself. Have the capability to devote to the second home. Please bear in mind that unless you have rendered meritorious services to the second home or have devoted yourself to our home for many years, the second home is not a place to spend 1's remaining years, not a place to enjoy yourself but a place to make your contribution and achievement. The life pattern of the second home represents the future of mankind, the direction of development for human civilization, and the crystallization of the wisdom of mankind. This pattern has not appeared in the history of mankind. Its prospects will become broader and broader with the development of civilization. The second home of life Chanyuan is the hope of mankind. Mankind will inevitably enter the life pattern of the second home, which is an objective law not subject to change of man's subjective will. The earlier the Chanyuan celestial enters the life pattern of the second home, the more blessed he or she will be. Blessed are the Chanyuan celestials who embarks on the journey of life according to holographic management ahead of time, because we are closer to the heavenly kingdom. Holographic management, no management is the best management. Xiefeng. June 6, 2009. The most ingenious swordplay does not need a sword, the best tactics is to defeat the enemy without actually engaging in a war. A psychological attack is superior to attack at the city. There seems to be no law but actually law prevails everywhere, there seems to be no regulation, but actually regulation reigns supreme everywhere. This is holographic management. Those who are highly conscious, civilized, well-educated and strictly compliant to the Chanyuan values can bring their genius into full play, just like birds soaring freely in the expansive sky and the fish swimming and leaping in the boundless ocean. You can move about freely and quickly on the vast flat plains, with no hurdles to slow you down. Those who are not highly conscious, not civilized and not well educated and always run counter to the value of Chanyuan will always encounter cliffs and precipices, and brambles. They will be restricted and restrained in words and actions. In this home, no one will take charge of you, you take charge of yourself. You have your own conscience to pass judgment on what you say and what you do. You set up a court of judgment in your own mind, you yourself are the judge. If you cannot take charge of yourself, penalty will descend upon you anytime. To be managed by others does not conform to the requirements for a celestial being. In this situation, both the managing and the managed will feel tired and exhausted. Wherever there exists management, there will be conflicts and contradictions, open and veiled struggles, and contention for power and profit. Wherever there exists management, there will be no joy, pleasure, freedom, and happiness. Therefore, there is no management in this home. In this home between Chanyuan celestials there exist only relations of brothers, sisters, relatives, and lovers, which involve only mutual care and love, mutual help and support, mutual comfort and encouragement. There does not exist the question of who is in charge of whom. This home is not a political organization, nor a religious organization, nor organization of any form. Since it is not an organization, there is no distinction between the managed and the managing. Each Chanyuan celestial is responsible for the greatest creator and for himself or herself, not for others. Everything here is done by Chanyuan celestial voluntarily. There is not any coercion. Therefore Chanyuan celestials do not owe each other any debt, the home does not owe Chanyuan celestials anything, and Chanyuan celestials do not owe each other anything. Everything is done on a voluntary basis. If you cannot understand this, you had better leave as soon as possible. All Chanyuan celestials have come to this home for the purpose of achieving the spiritual state of a super-celestial being. They have come here to better themselves, they accumulate their own merits and virtues. Do not mind others' business or worry for others, and do not make comparisons between each other. We know that everything runs according to Tao. Mills of God grind slowly but surely, you reap what you have sowed. We ourselves shall be solely responsible for what we say, what we do, and what we get, no one else will be responsible for you. You have no one to blame, because every Chanyuan celestial has thinking and independent consciousness and does everything according to your own free will and consciousness. In the home there is division of labor, but this division of labor is not forced upon you by anyone. You have willingly accepted it. Anyone has the right to refuse to do something and the right to decide what not to do. This holographic order of management runs and operates by relying completely on the sincerity, kindness, virtue, love, honesty, and faith of every Chanyuan celestial, by relying completely on the highly voluntary will of every Chanyuan celestial, and completely in accordance with the life pattern of celestial beings in the thousand-year world. Only this holographic order of management can create the quality needed by the heavenly kingdom. Only this holographic order of management can make it possible for different flowers to blossom in a riot of colors, for different geniuses to show their own special skills and feats, for all Chanyuan celestials to bring their talents into full play, and for each Chanyuan celestial to manifest his or her best quality. This home does not permit the existence of coercion. Anyone who imposes upon others and has incurred harms of spirit, or soul or body to other Chanyuan celestials will face the risk of being expelled from this home at any time. This home practice the moral value that, I do not offer help if there is no request for it. In the meanwhile, you should try your best to help and respond to every request if any Chanyuan celestial turn to you in the matter of work. However, you have absolute right, if you don't feel like it, to turn down any request in the matter of life, feeling and emotion and do not offer help against your free volition, because feeling and emotion involves tacit understanding and mutual attraction. It is hoped that all Chanyuan celestials can deeply understand that as long as everyone puts into practice all these principles, they will feel the wonder and satisfaction of holographic management. Once you have understood and observed this mode of management, you will enjoy tacit understanding, and you will say how wonderful it is. The current situation of home without marriage and family of mankind's new life. Xiefeng. February 7, 2010. There are nearly 60 permanent residents, including old people and children. The second home, now New Oasis for Life, now runs one company, and its merchandises have entered the market. It has an orchard with nearly 300 fruit trees. There is a vegetable garden, which can provide vegetable for about 100 people. There are 48 rooms, a dining hall for 100 people, and automobiles. The second home is located in a place with green mountains and beautiful rivers and good spring-like weather all the year round. The second home has realized the communist ideal of distribution pursued by the communists, from each according to his ability, to each according to his need. The second home is responsible for the permanent residents' expenses in the matter of food, clothing, shelter, transportation, living, aging, illness, and death, as well as the support of old people and children. Holographic management is adopted. There are no leaders, no power and positions, no supervision, no rules and regulations, no commandments. All is done out of people's free will and voluntary actions. There is no accountancy system, no accountants. The economy is running smoothly. There is no corruption and waste. Anyone can make free use of money according his or her actual need. With the exception of the company, which is run according to the country's laws and statutes, all the others are in a holographic state. The second home has realized the ideal that no one pockets anything found on the ground and doors are not bolted at night. For 10 months there has not been one case of theft, burglary, or other crimes. During the day and night doors and windows have never been bolted. The doors of the warehouses have never been locked. One can enter the warehouse freely. Everyone has a specific job on hand. There is careful division of work. No one is idle. Everyone can arrange his own time for work and rest. The second home does not make unified arrangement. You need only finish the assigned work. The environment is clean and tidy. There is no littering and no spitting. The toilet is flushed after use. There are people specifically responsible for cleaning, laundry, cooking, purchase, security, and nursing. Everyone does his or her work out of their free choice and according to their own characters, hobbies and special skills. There is no forced assignment of work. There is no payment and no bonuses. The production and life goes on in accordance with the principle that one owns nothing and yet has everything. There has never occurred any fighting. There has been one quarrel between two people over the matter of work, and once two people swore at each other. But later they made apologies to each other promptly. With the disintegration of family, family does not exist in the second home. There are 9 couples living together in the second home, however, the husband-wife relationship is only nominal. Although the couples are still connected in many ways, they actually do not live according to the relationship of husband and wife. There is freedom in sex. As long as two people are compatible with each other, they can pair up and break up freely. No one will interfere, no one will supervise. No one is possessed by anyone, no one will usurp anyone. Each is independent from the other. No one belongs to anyone. However, there is absolutely no group sexual promiscuity, as some people might assume. All go on according to civilized and elegant morals and within the scope of naturalness and propriety. Since Chanyuan celestials are all engaged in self-refinery and self-improvement, they all concentrate their energy on the field of spirit and soul, and no one has ever been obsessed with and addicted to physiological sex activity. Most Chanyuan celestials do not have sex life in the second home. Those Chanyuan celestials who stay in the second home on a short-term basis have never had sexual relations with other Chanyuan celestials. The home is mainly vegetarian, but it does not reject meat. Only an extremely small number of people smoke, no one else smokes. The members only drink wine on one occasion, and do not drink at ordinary times. Entertainment mainly features evening parties, which include dancing and singing. The songs sing praises of Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, Bodhisattva Guanying, Chairman Mao and Communist Party, nature and love, and so on. Mahjong is never played, but poker games are permissible. There is freedom of communications, net surfing, and shopping. There has never been any restrictions. Between 10 at night and 7 in the morning, the home is quiet without any noise so that everyone can have a good sleep and rest. Basically, people's workload is limited to 6 hours per day. There are some people who work more than 8 hours, but they are not forced, they do so voluntarily. By now no one who has entered the home has ever shown unwillingness to live in the home and left the home. They are all afraid of losing this kind of life. There are 3 core figures in the second home: the guide, the director, and the website chief. The guide guarantees that the home is harmonious and auspicious, that every Chanyuan celestial is joyful, pleasant, free, and happy, and that every Chanyuan celestial does not suffer any hurt in spirit, soul, and flesh. The director sees to it that the production and life in the home goes on in good order. The website chief ensures that network communications function normally and that nothing goes wrong with the finance. The 3 core figures are treated on equal footing with everyone else in the matter of food and living, they do not enjoy any privilege. They have the largest and toughest workload, they never impose their personal will on anyone else. Between 7 and 9 every evening the members will study together 800 values for new era human being. People will exchange their opinions freely and find solutions, by way of communication, to problems remaining in the home in a timely manner. The home does not celebrate birthday for anyone and does not observe holidays and festivals except for some special festivals like the Spring Festival. The home does not hold any religious activity or any political activity. It tries its best to practice the way of nature. In view of the lessons and experiences gained from the rise and fall of utopian communities and communist communities in history, the second home has paid special attention to the continuous perfection of itself to ensure that it will not fail and fall through. Therefore the home will concentrate its energy on combating laziness, selfishness, greed, extravagance, waste, jealousy, complaint, comparison, and other psychiatric and mental disorders. It aims at a phenomenon instead of at a certain person. It puts priority in the guidance and education of thought and soul, and penalty only plays a secondary role. Currently, Life Achanyuan is preparing for the founding of the second home in Zimbabwe in Africa, Canada in America, and another region in Asia. We hope that virtuous people of various social circles interested in the new life pattern of the second home will continue to watch closely the development of the second home of Life Achanyuan. We will continuously publish real situations for the supervision by the government, the guidance and education by virtuous people, and questioning by the public. Good order, health and efficiency. On the building of the home. Xiefeng. May 23, 2010. The sun will rise on time, otherwise it is not punctual, and this will make it extremely difficult for the living creature to adapt to. The lack of order causes chaos, the imbalance of health, and the loss of efficiency. Good order ensures good health and high efficiency. The building of the home shall guarantee the health of people and at the same time pursue high efficiency. Therefore everything must go on in an orderly and methodical manner. The more order there is, the higher the efficiency and the better the health. The more order there is, the more leisure time and entertainment time there will be. In order to guarantee that everyone has a good health and works efficiently, the home shall secure order in the following 8 aspects. Good order in consciousness, planning, work, division of labor, living, food, entertainment, and advance and retreat. I have put forward the following advice for you to consider and adopt. Good order in consciousness. Uphold the 800 values for new era human being, revere the greatest creator, revere life, revere nature, follow the way of the greatest creator, pursue the joy, pleasure, freedom and happiness of life, seek the sublimation of life and ascension to the 1,000-year world, 10,000-year world, and celestial island continent of the Elysium world, strive to finish the worldly relations and enter the second home, now new oasis for life, to lead new life of mankind. Do not accept other consciousness, do not waste time and energy on them. Concentrate on the Chanyuan values. In this way we can reach the order of consciousness. Good order in planning. There should be plans for what we do every day, what we do in our whole life, what we do, and how we do it. As Chanyuan Celestials, we have our part of work in the home every day. We work all our life to pay back the debts accumulated over different lives, and build up the wealth and treasure for the life in the heavenly kingdom. We should concentrate our effort and energy on this goal and should not be distracted by other considerations. In this way we can ensure the good order of planning. The home as a whole shall hold exchanges of learning Chanyuan values at 7 to 9 in the evenings of Monday and Wednesday. On Friday, from 7 to 10:30, we will discuss about the defects in the building of the second home and our failures to uphold the Chanyuan values. Everyone shall contribute ideas and proposals to the building of home. Good order in work. Choose a job in the home that you like most, that is closely combined with your character and special skills, and at which you can bring your talents into full play. Then devote to the job completely, perform the job creatively, and try your best to make it perfect. Do not casually change the character and content of the work, and this is good order of work. Good order in division of labor. This concerns the home as a whole. Every subunit of the home shall assign all the work of the home to each individual, no matter how small the work may be. There must be special persons responsible for all the work, and then allow the responsible persons to finish their assigned work creatively. Do not interfere and transfer people casually, and place special emphasis on the most important matter, and this is good order in division of labor. Good order in living. The home shall ensure that everyone has adequate amount of sleep. The members shall follow the law of nature. The home shall keep early hours to ensure good health. 11 at night is the time to go to bed, 6 in the morning is the time to get up. Generally, 7 hours of sleep is enough for adults, and younger people can have an additional hour of nap at noon, which lasts between 13 and 14 o'clock. We should get up when it is time to get up. As long as we have formed the habit, we will become more and more healthy and more vigorous. We should change the habit of staying up until midnight and getting up very late in the morning. In this way we will have a good order of life. Good order in food. The second home has 2 meals a day. Breakfast begins at 9:30, dinner starts at 5:30 in the afternoon. Meals will be held on time, and will not be advanced or delayed. Snacks will be prepared so people can get as they like. The amount of food taken should be moderate. Having too much food each time is not good to health, and food shall consist of vegetable and meat in appropriate proportion. The food should not contain too much or too little meat. The home will try to ensure that there is no leftovers. All Chanyuan celestials residing permanently in the home should have meals on time. No one shall skip meals or have too much or too little for one meal. And this is good order of food. Good order in entertainment. The home shall create rich and colorful cultural entertainment and games. Gleeful evening party shall be held on the last Saturday of each month, and on the evening of every Saturday, there will be unified arrangement of games and entertainment or temporarily organized entertainment activities. On Saturday evening people can stay up late, and on Sunday people can get up late or go outing or shopping. Good order in advance and retreat. The important affairs of each subunit shall be subject to the unified planning and arrangement of the headquarter, and the subunit should not take liberty to make plans and arrangement. And each subunit shall independently plan and arrange small affairs and shall not ask the headquarter for instruction. Chanyuan celestials outside the home, with the exception of those who have rendered meritorious services, should apply 1 week in advance to the director of a subunit for the entrance and exit of the second home. The director of the subunit shall make overall arrangement. The flow of Chanyuan celestials between different subunits shall be determined after full consultation between directors of the related subunits. Generally only excellent Chanyuan celestials are entitled to the flow. Any Chanyuan celestial who does not perform very well in a certain subunit will not have the chance of transfer. He will have to either engage in self-refinery and self-cultivation in the same subunit until he has reached relative perfection or go back to the secular world. We should firmly prevent the transfer of Chanyuan celestial who has caused many troubles or has not behaved well in one subunit to another subunit. Everyone should use their head and work hard to create a life of good order. When everything is in good order, efficiency will be raised and we can enjoy better health. Life Chanyuan Canada New Oasis for Life Community has come into being today. Xiefeng. It is my honor to announce that the Canada New Oasis for Life is born today on September 29, 2017. This is to the glory of the greatest Creator, the Supreme Master and Creator of the universe, as well as to that of all sages, saints, Buddhas, and celestials throughout history. It is a blessing for all celestials of Life Chanyuan and for all current and future generations of people. Basking in the sacred light of the greatest Creator and practicing the teachings of all Buddhas, sages and saints, all Chanyuan celestials have been working hard to present Life Chanyuan internationally. Life Chanyuan has kicked off a new journey. From today onward, the banner of revering life, revering nature, revering the greatest Creator, and walking on the way of the greatest creator will flutter high in the wind until the end of this thousand-year era. The birth of the Canada New Oasis for Life community marks the beginning of a new era. The Life Echanuan era has officially raised its curtain. This is the first year of the Life Echanuan era. The universe, weather, nature, societies, individuals, and collective groups will all evolve toward its manifestation. Boundaries will disappear and everyone will move freely across the world, and the era that we have all been dreaming about will gradually come into fruition. The Canada New Oasis for Life community is currently on 10 acres of farmland and has a beautiful residence. With the development of the community, we will produce farms, gardens, a hotel, an entertainment center, and an exhibition center. This will be the birthplace of a big international family. Based on Canada's culture diversity and its rich natural resource, there will be between 100 and 300 people with different skin color coming from a variety of religions, cultures, nations, and ethnic groups happily living here together in the future. Life Echanuan will establish a brand new life mode which is completely different from the traditional one. We wish all who are keen to dedicating themselves to the sustainable development of human future do your bit to grow with this new Oasis community. We currently have a bed and breakfast to accommodate our guests, and your visit and stay will support this great cause. Reservations are required to stay here. We very much welcome your visit and wish we can spend some time together to share our values and ideas. Could I get mansions covering 10,000 miles? I'd house all scholars poor and make them beam with smiles. In wind and rain these mansions would stand like mountains high. Living in the nature and far away from the noise of dense traffic. You ask me how I feel now. In my ears are the sounds of wind, rain and waves. I pick chrysanthemums under the eastern hedge. And far away to the south I can see the mountains. Geese flying over sunset and pure souls go to paradise. Life Echanuan International Family. The New Oasis for Life community was founded in 2009 by Xiefeng in Yunnan Province, China. From 2009 to 2016, it had been called the Second Home, which implied that the community was a sweet and harmonious family home apart from each one's home of origin, and this second home also applied a new and different lifestyle. The Second Home community had attracted many Chanyuan celestials from China to come and live there permanently, and we grew to 180 members of all ages living within the community at our peak. However, Life Echanuan values were too advanced for many Chinese people to understand and accept, so as we expanded and became more known to the public, we encountered tremendous resistance from local governments which ultimately forced us to disband in late 2016. During all these years, Xiefeng always held a vision to unite communities around the world to form a big international family. In January 2017, anticipating a better future, Xiefeng decided to change the community name to the New Oasis for Life and to explore new opportunities by visiting countries outside of China. In September 2017, after a few months' exploration in Canada, a property was bought as a new community home in Canada. By this time, he felt ready to put his dream into practice, to call on the communities around the world to unite as one, an international family. Life Echanuan International Family Society thus was registered in British Columbia, Canada. Let Life Echanuan be known to all the world. Xiefeng. April 4, 2007. Translation edited by Kayer. Life Echanuan rises onto the 21st century's historical stage with its brand new concept. It ascends above those narrow concepts of political parties, religions, nationalities, and countries, and opens a new chapter of human development with a new vision, and it will usher people into the new Life Echanuan era. It integrates religion with science, and explains comprehensively the birth of the universe, the origin of the greatest creator, the origins of life and humankind, the mysteries of time and space, the meaning, purpose, and value of life, the crises faced by humankind, the future of humankind, the origin and function of the moon, and especially the meaning of life, the levels of life, and the meaning and extension of Tao. It inherits and defends the thoughts and wisdom of Jesus Christ, Buddha, and all saints, sages, and prophets. It integrates spiritual sensual development, self-improvement, self-refinement, health preservation, one's conduct, spiritual sublimation, and the information of the new era as a whole, and it raises the consciousness of humans to an unperceived level which lays the thought foundation for humankind to enter into the Life-Chanyuan era now. The basic theories of Life-Chanyuan are: unconventional thinking, the greatest creator, time, space, and the universe, revelations, treasures of classical advice, humanity, human life, self-improvement and self-cultivation, life and life, physical and spiritual healthcare, life's wisdom, the attainment of Buddhahood, celestial cultivation, preaching Tao, the non-material world, Siefeng Corpus. Articles by the masters from both home and abroad, from antiquity to modernity. Inspirations and understandings of Chanyuan celestials in Life-Chanyuan. 36-dimensional space. The Noble, Eightfold Path of Thinking. 80 new concepts proposed by Life-Chanyuan. All are epoch-making wisdom and will play incredible roles in changing completely the thinking mode of humankind and turn them into a new humankind. Life-Chanyuan advocates people to revere the greatest creator, life, and nature, respect Buddha, the gods, and their parents, and follow the way of the greatest creator. These are the core conditions for establishing harmonious mechanisms between people among each other, people and gods, people and nature, people and other lives, and are the required conditions for mankind to enter the new era. Implementing the strategy of unifying all religions into a single belief system, Life-Chanyuan are to completely eliminate all the conflicts and discordant factors of humankind which are caused by the competition of ideological fields of religions, political ideologies, nationalities, countries, and other divisive elements, and will lead mankind into a peaceful era, the Life-Chanyuan era. Indications of the Life-Chanyuan era will be the following. Religions, political persuasions, and national borders will die out. Wars, diseases, famines, and crime will disappear. Familial relationships will dissolve. Spiritual and soulful cultivation will replace material enjoyment. Natural disasters will lessen. We will be led by saints and managed by sages. No one will pocket anything found on the ground and doors will not be bolted at night. Life will include prosperity, peace, and tranquility. The talented will be put to their best use. The world will be as a single family. The Life-Chanyuan era will last for a millennium, people will enjoy lifespans of half that, and the ideal paradise that mankind has always dreamed of will become established. Life-Chanyuan will not only allow people to enjoy the pleasures and happiness of this life, but it will also guide people to extend their lives to the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium world through self-refinement of thinking. Since Life-Chanyuan proposed major adjustments of life in the universe in 2013, prophecies of Mayan astrology and Tibetan monks have become known to the world. This unrelated information similarly predicted that there would be a catastrophe in 2009 and that the Earth would undergo a radical change in 2013, and was basically consistent with the information of the new era, words of Jesus Christ and Sakyamuni, Nostradamus, prophecies and predictions, Tuebe 2, 24 volumes on military strategy, and others. Therefore, it is an important period of life and death for humankind. Saving millions of lives is an overriding priority. All spiritually conscious people and those who wish to enter into the Life-Chanyuan era should give up their personal interests and devote their precious time to the grand cause of promoting Life-Chanyuan. You must not only use all your time to self-improve and self-refine, but also to help people around you understand Life-Chanyuan, strive to build merits, and sublimate your consciousness and qualities. Any hesitation, wandering, or waiting only results in a waste of time and becomes a regret. All bits of merit will work and become embedded into our structures of life. Even if they are not for others, but for yourselves, we hope that you who read this article will promote and build Life Echanuan and do your best to reprint Life Echanuan's articles onto other websites. Your efforts will not be in vain because even if people cannot repay you, the greatest creators Tao will. Punishments might not be immediate but they will be sure. Fluky minds can only anesthetize and deceive people. Doing good deeds is the only way out. Let Life Echanuan be known to all the world. Life Echanuan is the wonderland for resonant souls. Xiefeng. October 25, 2008. Translation edited by Kair. By the will of the greatest creator and the guidance and teachings of Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni in celestial being Lao Tzu, Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, ancient and modern sages at home and abroad, and according to the life mode of the 1,000-year world of heaven, Life Echanuan has been built for harvesting ripe crops, for leaving seeds for next earth human being, and for introducing the Life Echanuan era to humankind. The term, Chanyuan Celestial refers to those angels and celestial beings who have lived in heaven in a previous life but have gotten lost in this world and cannot find their ways home, to those who have made achievements in practicing Buddhism, the way of Jesus Christ, or the way of celestial, and to others who are humble and relatively perfect and are pursuing the life of heaven. Chanyuan Celestials are born, not cultivated by short-term education. Xiefeng is looking for Chanyuan Celestials, not creating them. So, Life Echanuan is the wonderland for resonant souls, a family full of harmony, auspiciousness, freedom, and happiness, a paradise for those who stick to Life Echanuan values, a college to sublimate their quality of life and cultivate supernatural powers, and a transfer station for getting rid of worldly fetters and moving toward the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium Celestial Islands continent. Life Echanuan is never a place to argue about the truth, an arena for fighting, a platform to show oneself off, a market to sell personal thought, an arena to present personal magic arts and skills, a Shanghai beach for gaining power, money, fame, or beauty, nor a classroom for showing one's knowledge and ability to teach other Chanyuan Celestials and guests their lessons. It is by no means a place where some are drawn in to squeeze others out, that they might extend their own power. There is no room for discussing and debating here, but only for holding fast to Chanyuan values. If you do not agree with Chanyuan values, you should find a place where you can practice your debating skills. We will not let you talk here, not because we are too autocratic, but because you would be swimming against the tide. Disallowing the promotion of rat poison in a food store is not the fault of the store's manager, but that of the wholesaler for choosing to market it in the wrong place. There are only Chanyuan values in Life Echanuan. No other thoughts should exist here. It is unworkable to publicize your own thoughts in Life Echanuan because unless they are beyond those of Jesus, Sakyamuni, Lao Tzu, Muhammad, PBUH, Xiefeng, and Qiankuan Celestial, your thoughts are not worthy of our learning. You can say anything about praise, encouragement, reciprocal affection, truth, goodness, beauty, love, honesty, and trust freely. You can move freely and quickly on your thoughts of Chanyuan values. If you have any doubts about life, or time and space, do not be afraid to discuss them if you can. If you are in doubt, ask freely, but do not play with your own cleverness or you will be lifting a rock to drop on your own feet. No matter how many Chanyuan Celestials we have, they are all as one person. They were as one person, could we distinguish among them? These people never held discussion meetings, communicated in private, nor made any offensive or defensive alliances or agreements on offensive and defensive activities. They were not bound to each other and acted as they pleased, but what they did, thought, wished, acted, and presented, were as a single individual. Over the last few years, some people have fanned the flames and tried to divide and disintegrate them, but what has happened? They just swung their axes onto their own feet. Fortunately, this state has continuously fermented and expanded, followed by more and more Chanyuan Celestials joining in. They are also like one person. They are just like the formula 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 = 1. These people can share difficulties, share weal and woe, live and die together, and always remain as close as any family. Is this not the factor of a great harmonious world? Is this not the dream of mankind? Is this not the result of practicing according to the teachings of Jesus, Buddha, and Muhammad, pbuh? Is this not the epitome of the 1,000-year world and the 10,000-year world of heaven? Is this not the best human expectation? Of course it is. Are there conflicts among these people? Do they argue? Is there any intrigue? Is there any competition or jealousy? None at all. Some have suggested that life Changyuan has come to an end, however the fact is not that life Changyuan has come to an end, but that they have. Some have said that Changyuan celestials are cheated by Xiafeng, however the fact is that they have been fooled by their petty tricks and short-sightedness because any Changyuan celestial is hundreds if not thousands of times wiser than them. In today's internet arena with abundant information, who deceives people publicly? They should consider themselves. Some people try painstakingly to awaken Xiafeng and all the Changyuan celestials, but they are in fact the ones who are sleeping lethargically, not us. How could they awaken anyone when they are the drowsy ones? They are blind with elusive thoughts and muddled and confused minds, but even if they could, to where would they go next and to where would they take the people who they awakened? Changyuan celestials do not worship Xiafeng as a god, but respect him as an elder brother, as a close friend to whom one can open their heart and communicate with closely, as a friend who can be awakened in the middle of the night to share a drink, and as a playmate with whom you can flirt and tease and pull his nose and ears for entertainment. While those who are fettered by traditional thinking and shackled by religious doctrines raise Xiafeng to the rank of a god whom they can attack, this is of their own imagination. They imagine Xiafeng as a god, then they attack him like Don Quixote attacking the wind as his enemy. This is ridiculous. Worship and respect are not the same. If we take respect as worship, then there will be gods everywhere. It is only your false accusation that Xiafeng's ambition and behavior of initiating life Changyuan represents a desire to become some international overlord in order to garner power, money, and sex. Bees never compete with flies for food and cranes never flock with wild ducks. How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? How can Leiades guess the wishes of super-celestial beings? In short, life Changyuan is a home and paradise for resonant souls, and anyone who resonates with Changyuan values is a member of this home. You can play games, entertain, and travel throughout your lives together with other Changyuan celestials. If you cannot resonate with Changyuan values, then please find a place that you will like, stop indulging yourself in complaining about people in heaven here, stop moaning about being ill and saying that no one understands you in life Changyuan, and stop complaining to others. An introduction to the new life of human beings. Home without marriage and family. Xiafeng. August 6, 2009. We have set the pattern of new lifestyle for human beings, which is the home without marriage and family of life Changyuan. This is no longer an armchair strategist's fantasy, yet it is the reality. General outline. To carry out the ideas of returning to one origin with 800 life values for new era human to bring human beings into the life Changyuan era, in which country, religion, party, marriage, family, conjugal relation will disappear, no one pockets anything found on the road, doors unnecessarily to be shut in the evening for no thieves drop in, favorable weather is all the year around. All things on earth are in harmony with each other. Everyone is happy and has good fortune as one wishes. This is the era of life Changyuan era. Management mode. Home without marriage and family implements the holographic management mode. The gist of the mode is that no management is the best management. Constitutions, laws, legislations, institutions, commandments, dharma will not be put into practice, and 800 life values for new era human will be the guideline. Dealing with daily matters with concepts of omnipotence ever-changing, changes interrelating each other. Stimulating and motivating the qualities of truthfulness, kindness, beauty, love, faithfulness and honesty in human nature, and creating a proper external atmosphere to bring those qualities in full play. All are carried out voluntarily without administrative enforcement. Establishment of institutions. Life Echanuan has one institute and 256 branches in the world. President of Life Echanuan equals to the President of Global Government. Presidents of the branches equal to the highest local administrative representatives, and they are in charge of planning and arranging daily production activities and life of the branches. Each branch has 3 major departments: Living Department, Education Department, and Production Department. Property and Life Management. According to the principle of having nothing but having all, properties of the home without marriage and family belong to all the Chanyuan Celestial, and they don't own anything individually. The home without marriage and family undertakes the entire daily expenses of each member, provides allowance for the seniors, and brings up the children. Supporting the seniors is no longer the personal matters of sons and daughters, and nurturing children is not the personal matters of parents anymore. Everyone does his or her best, and takes what he or she needs. There is no supervision mechanism on spending, neither does strict accounting system. The time one needed, he or she can spend. Working arrangement. Home without marriage and family doesn't have executive orders or forced arrangements. Everybody chooses his or her job in accordance with his or her hobby, personality, and specialty. Home without marriage and family ensures that each member has his or her own job, and works for 6 hours every day. No one will lose the job. Moreover, everyone just does one thing at home without marriage and family, for reason that this is mutual service system. Each person has a clear division of labor and is responsible for his or her own job. The cook is responsible for cooking, the washer is responsible for doing the laundry, the dustman is responsible for cleaning, and people who are responsible for producing just do the production work. Everyone carries out his or her duty and minds his or her own business. If someone asks for help, people will help him or her unconditionally, and if they don't ask, other people won't get involved in their personal matters. The daily timetable is arranged in person. You may work at night and sleep in the daytime, and you may also get up late and work in the afternoon. You can do everything following your inclinations, as long as you have done your own job and fulfilled your duty. Relationship of the members of home without marriage and family. No matter one is tourist guide, president, the relationship between members is like a family. Blood-related relationship is the one between fathers and sons, mothers and daughters, grandparents and grandchildren. Relationship between men is like brothers, and relationship between women is like sisters. Relationship between men and women of different ages is brothers and sisters, and men and women who attract each other are lovers. There are no distinctions between superiors and inferiors, leaders and workers, supervisors and supervises, hosts and guests. Everyone is equal. Life arrangement. Under the condition of not being luxurious and prodigal, home without marriage and family tries its best to make everyone eat well, wear well, live well, use well, play well. Everyone has one bright bedroom at disposal, which is equipped with spacious toilet and bathroom. Everywhere is spotless and quiet, flowers are blooming and trees are flourishing. People take their meals at dining halls. The home also has public recreation room, teaching hall, laundry place, gymnastics, school, medical care center. People mainly have vegetarian food. The dining halls serve vegetarian food and meat dishes respectively. People can take what they like. There are plenty of snacks for people to enjoy. Special care is provided for people who need it. People don't gamble or smoke, alcoholics are not respected. The weak have been taken care of by specially assigned nurses. People can use the computers and phones anytime they want. There are no holidays at the home. Anyone who wants to take a day off, he or she can do it. Traveling is decided by members themselves. The home throws a party each week. Everyone can play an instrument, sing and dance to show their talents. When members are gone, Life Echanuan will take care of it with its own funeral and interment institution. Everybody has at least 1 hour of collective study on spirit and mind purification per day. In order to keep spiritual, mental and physical health, half an hour is set aside for exercises in gymnastics. On love and sex. Love is a precious gift granted by the greatest creator to mankind, and sexual love is an inevitable path that sublimates human nature to a higher space of life. Love and sexual love are similar to the dance of two hearts with the same tempo. As long as man and woman fall in love with each other, they can do whatever they want, and no one will interfere or gossip. Lovers don't occupy or envy each other, on the contrary, they respect each other's freedom, which is higher than anything else. They never do any harm to each other, mentally or physically. Honesty prevails throughout society. Normally, people don't lock their rooms and the room-keeping public properties in the daytime. Up to now, no one has lost an item. Each member's bedroom is definitely his or her private space. Anyone who hasn't got the owner's permission is not allowed to get in. If someone wants to get in, he or she has to knock on the door first. He or she can come in until after permission. Sweet and harmonious, people are loving and intimate. No quarrel and dispute concerning interest and hobbies should occur. Staff members are sent to the airport, train station and bus station to pick up people who join home without marriage and family and people who are leaving. Safety is ensured. One is free to come and go. Everybody uses civilized language. No one speaks bad words and talks nonsense. Everyone speaks gently with an amiable manner, no one shouts and yells. Unless there are collective activities, otherwise, the entire home is quiet for 24 hours. Everyone behaves decently and dresses neatly. Vulgar behaviors are not allowed. There are no untidy persons. Everybody is the owner of home without marriage and family. No one is allowed to reprove, scold, supervise, and force somebody else. Members walk in their own shoes and don't interfere with others. They don't control mutually, but provide services to each other. Members don't build up a special relationship, their relationship is quite simple. All financial activities are strictly under the scope of laws and decrees of the national and local governments. Home without marriage and family doesn't bring any trouble to national and local governments. Home without marriage and family advocates members should learn the spirit of lei feng. When we are outside the home, we should take good care of the seniors, the weak, the sick, the disabled, widows, widowers and orphans. We ought to put other members' interest before our own, and leaving the convenience to others and keeping the inconvenience to ourselves. Home without marriage and family is made up of Chanyuan Celestial from Life Changyuan. It is not available to people who are not Chanyuan Celestial. It allows the related governmental departments and sections to come and inspect, permits communications with associations, and allows reporters to report the facts practically and truthfully to the society. We don't admit entry to other people. The economy of the home depends on all members. In accordance with national laws and decrees, we gain everything through hard and diligent work. Other than Chanyuan Celestial, we don't accept donations from any organizations, associations and sponsors. Not a penny. Members of the home must strictly abide by 800 life values for New Era Human. Those who don't uphold it will be eliminated from the home without marriage and family. Home without marriage and family is trying to explore a new way of life for human beings. We believe, when everyone on earth lives their lives according to the life mode of home without marriage and family, afflictions of mankind will be lessened, each man's pain will be eased, deterioration of the environment will be curbed, human beings will definitely enter into Life Changyuan era which will last for 1,000 years. Laziness is a big enemy of home without marriage and family. Xie Feng. August 31, 2008. I roughly browsed the reasons of the final failure of some ideal communities in history. The result is that all of them are killed by laziness. Everyone is busy in seeking enjoyment, reaping the fruit of others' labor or drifting along. As time passes, the building of the ideal homeland collapse. In order to make home without marriage and family established by us to flourish, grow, and enter into the ideal state, we have to learn from the lessons of history, so the number one enemy of homeland is not others but laziness. It is the long-term strategic target for home without marriage and family to conduct the life and every member of home must possess the elementary qualities such as rising up on hearing the crow of a rooster and practicing with the labor tools, getting up at the crack of dawn and cleaning the courtyard, making a firm resolution to make good, constantly striving to become stronger and working hard every day. Diligence can achieve the good future, and laziness can even ruin the blessing of God. Laziness can destroy everything. It can make one sink into vice, can corrode one's will, spirit, mind and physical body. It can ruin a whole diligent community, influence the healthful spirit of a community just like virus. At last, it makes everything stay in the doldrums, dead as a doornail, depressed, and finally decay to extermination. Laziness is a kind of virus, is the biggest devil for a man. Once laziness becomes his second nature, he will gradually become a walking corpse and running flesh to harm himself, others and homeland. Someone summarizes, the lazy man is bound to be an ordinary man is bound to be a complaining man is bound to be a painful man is bound to be a misfortune man, and a misfortune man is the lazy man. God helps those who help themselves. Heaven helps those who help themselves. Natural law punishes those who are lazy, and heaven will abandon those who are lazy. Diligence symbolizes beauty, and laziness represents ugliness. The 8 features of laziness are as followings. Seeking no progress but ease and comfort, one is indifferent to anything but prefers reaping the fruits of others. Irresponsible for anything but prefers loafing, muddling along and eating the bread of idleness. Stays up late at night and gets up late in morning without regular daily life in a weary state. Indulging in games with no desire to make progress, one idles about all day and muddles along without any aim. Sluggish and lazy, and never perfects one's skill but only pursues leisure and fears hardships and fatigue. Greedy on eating, sleeping and playing with a confusing head and 4 lazy limbs. One never participates in anything personally or carries out self-criticizes but prefers complaining, grumbling and criticizing the industrious people. Sluggish, prefers postponing and performing one's duty in a perfunctory manner with numerous excuses, one finally accomplishes nothing. Running water never becomes putrid, and a door hinge is never worm-eaten. Excellence in work is possible only with diligence, otherwise everything is ruined in laziness. Once laziness becomes one's second nature, he will idle away everything into nothing. If one is diligent, one is skillful in everything, otherwise if one is lazy, he will be accompanied by countless illness. The tower of 9 stories rose from a small heap of earth, the journey of 1,000 miles commenced with a single step. A small leak will ruin a big dam, the beautiful homeland will be ruined in laziness. So home without marriage and family will fight against laziness from beginning to end. For homeland, the laziness is AIDS, cancer, viral dysentery, robbers and devils. How to carry out the life and death fighting with laziness. The Chanyuan Celestial equipped with laziness are not allowed to enter into home without marriage and family. The Chanyuan Celestial equipped with laziness and remaining impenitent are not allowed to live in home without marriage and family. Anyone who pities, tolerates and sympathizes with laziness means committing a crime to home without marriage and family. The lazy guys will be disdained by the others in home without marriage and family. No one is going to associate with lazy persons. One radish, one hole. Do not leave any opportunities for the lazy persons to utilize. Home without marriage and family will regularly organize some community studies to analyze the lazy thoughts, lazy habits, lazy style and lazy psychology. Once there is any incipient tendency, we will get rid of it from our thoughts. We will praise, eulogize diligence and award the highest honor to the diligent people. Home without marriage and family belongs to all Chanyuan Celestials, and every Chanyuan Celestial is the owner of home without marriage and family. If someone regards home without marriage and family as hotel or private company and regards himself as migrant job hunting boy or public servant, he makes a mistake on cognition. If home without marriage and family is regarded as the manor of Shui Feng or the Dean, it is an even bigger mistake. Only when each Chanyuan celestial regards oneself as the master of the home and perform the duty and obligation of the master, home without marriage and family can flourish and grow, all our ideals can realize in home without marriage and family. Adam and Eve are forced to leave the Eden because they do not know how to treasure. The ideal communities in history disappeared under the erosion of laziness because the people do not fulfill their master's duties and responsibilities. Whether home without marriage and family can move on continually to the ideal shore depends on the efforts of each Chanyuan celestial. Whether we can survive or die depends on whether we can defeat laziness. Viewing the human society mode of life in the future from the perspective of Life Chanyuan. Dayform Celestial. March 5, 2007. Future human society is called Life Chanyuan Era. The characteristics of Life Chanyuan Era are, no country, no religion, no political party, and no family. No one pockets anything found on the road, doors unnecessarily to be shut in the evening for no thieves drop in, person of virtue won't be abandoned away from government, honesty prevails throughout the world. Everyone is happy and doesn't worry about his daily life. Maybe somebody will laugh at this by saying, wishful thinking. Daydream, fantasy, or impossible. It is right and impossible if it is just preaching or conceiving. But it can be possible if a crowd of people are making practice and their practice is effective. First of all, Life Chanyuan has successfully carried out a series of activities without the consciousness of country, religion, political party and family. And there would be no country, religion, political party and family if more and more people, regardless of their races, become Chanyuan celestial. Maybe some people will find it amusing again, it is good enough for a small party fun, but it is absolute daydreaming if you want all of human beings enter into Life Chanyuan. Hi there, you are right. But the problem is that we don't mean to let all human beings enter into Life Chanyuan right away. As long as hundreds of people on the planet believe in the idea of Life Chanyuan and live a happy life, that will prove a success. And by that time, just think of it, people will try to enter into Life Chanyuan by all means. The scene is just like a drowning man and a straw. You will see it when the time comes. The mode of future human society life will be the life of Chanyuan celestial. Many people may not be able to see it in their lifetime, but they can understand it. Hard to believe, right? Wait and see. The blessed ones will see it when the day comes. The contents of copies of Life in the Thousand-Year World. Xiefeng, translation edited. June 8, 2010. Home without marriage and family, which is created by Life Chanyuan, is a transfer station from the mortal world to heaven, the thousand-year world, and also a transfer base of self-improvement and self-refinement to heaven, the 10,000-year world, the Elysium Islands continent. The life in home without marriage and family copies the lifestyle of the celestial beings in the thousand-year world and them live according to the lifestyle of the celestials in the thousand-year world. It is the basic guarantee for us to achieve the consciousness and quality of celestial beings in the thousand-year world and finally reach the thousand-year world. The contents of copies of Life in the thousand-year world. No marriage, no husband and wife, no family, men and women neither marry, nor are given in marriage. Nobody is capable of possessing any private property. Non-possession ownership is practiced. Individuals' basic needs are to be met by collective. Each does his best, each takes what he needs. Everybody has his, her tasks and takes corresponding responsibilities. They serve mutually and they owe each other nothing. No leaders but differences in responsibilities in arranging and a director for mediating life and work. Anyone who is able to work must undertake a job, regardless his, her age or gender. No idlers here. Each member participate in the collective learning and recreational activities voluntarily. To keep the environment clean and tidy, everything is orderly, peaceful and warm. There is no constitution, no law, no regulation, no commandment, and no dharma, there is only holographic order. Be collectively responsible for the support of the elderly and the raise and education of the children. There is no currency or reward. Everything is done in accordance with the natural instinct. Hold a variety of cultural and recreational activities. No temples, Taoist temples, monastery, churches and idol worship, neither burn incense nor kowtow or offer sacrifices. No witchcraft, magic, martial arts, Taoist magic arts and other superstitious activities. Respect for science and make the full application of science and technology to serve the people. No financial industry, commerce, accounting, courts, lawyers, soldiers, policemen and prison. Be cremated after death, without leaving the ashes, the graves or memorial places. Do not produce any form of lethal weapons or competitive tools, appliances or toys. No tobacco or cigarettes. 2 meals a day. All members take their meals at the canteen. No eating the meat of wild animals, and no eating any animals, including poultry and livestock in the end. Outdoor bathing places, bathrooms, restrooms and toilets can be used regardless of gender. 23. Be free in love and sex. Be free from interference and control as long as they are willing to do this regardless the number of people. There is no conception of father and kinship. The baby will be raised and educated by full-time nursery staffs and institutions after her mother's lactation period. All members change their habitats for one time every 3 years. The global standard of living is basically unified, no luxury, no waste, everyone will be guaranteed for sharing living resources. Each member enjoys a separate bedroom, which is absolutely free from disturbance, supervision and control. Follow the way of the greatest creator in an all-round way. The above is just a basic copy of the content of Life in the Thousand-Year World, and there left a lot of content and details which will be adjusted and changed according to Life Genuine value that Dharma sets no rules, it is ever changing, keep the main but change the others according to the situation. Everything will be carried out for everyone's joy, happiness, freedom, and blessedness, and focus on the care for nature, the cherishment of life, the reverence for the greatest creator and the sublimation of the quality of life. Welcome to Life Genuine, the new home. Dayform Celestial. October 2nd, 2006. A lonely stranger in a strange land would miss his family all the more on every festive day. The home for soul is newly built up, people from all over the world are able to join and become neighbors. We miss someone every day, yet we may not see him or her very often. Now that the home is built up, our dream has finally come true. People from different parts of the world come to the home, and our life embraces a fresh start. Dear brothers, sisters, relatives and lovers. Distinguished guests. Welcome to Life Genuine, the new home. Let us hold our hands and walk shoulder by shoulder to continue the life journey. It has been 3 years and 7 months since Life Genuine, home for soul and spirit of mankind, was established. Life Genuine has gone through many twists and turns in recent years, and now it come to the royal road at last. With green shade growing in the oasis, fountain trickling through the desert, gospel of heaven coming down from the sky, the preface to the idealistic era craved by human beings has appeared on the boundless and immeasurable horizon. This is a home shared by Buddha, Bodhisattva, angels, men and women with pure heats. It is the teaching hall where abnormal thinking and fantastic idea can survive and people getting to know the greatest creator, studying Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, Muhammad the Prophet and Celestial Lao Tzu. It is the passage through which telegnosis being opened, revelation being granted, 36-dimensional space being known, and the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world and the celestial islands. Continent of Elysium world being entered through temporal transverse direction. It is the starting point of the new era of Life Genuine for mankind, the headquarter of ideological structures, the cradle where spiritual masters being given birth to and nurtured, the paradise friends being made and lovers exchanging heartfelt words. In a word, this is the stage we ascend to the higher realm of life. Open the windows and the sunlight and fresh air will come in. Take a broad view and you will see faraway mountains are fresh and green. Stay and study in life Echanuan will a new life begin. You will see clear paradise scenes. It has been proved that, having been baptized by the concepts of life Echanuan, people are different from ordinary people. They are unique and free from vulgarity, and come out of Egypt of mind. Men's race, which is the life non-material structure, has sublimated to the life structure of celestials of heaven. Consciousness has already cruised in the infinite and boundless universe. Qiankuan Buddha explained the body, facies and usage of Tao. Buddha of Taiji conveyed to us that mental state determines life of being and way of life. Foshan Buddha expounded the basic relationship among consciousness, structure and energy. Master Tianlai Celestial told us that targeting at the same aim, different ways would lead to different results. Tourist guide Dayform Celestial proposed that material thinking, image thinking, associative thinking, elusive thinking, visualized thinking, Taiji thinking, non-form thinking and holographic thinking altogether depict the roadmap of heaven. Buddha, masters, fairies and fairies of life Echanuan are also intelligent. New thoughts occur to them every day. There are hundreds of new notions in life Echanuan, which open up a fresh world for us. Master Nan Ji, Master Ling Yuan, Master Qiao Jun, Master Ji Rui, etc., who have explored and practiced many self-refined ways convey us with their own experience that the self-refined ways of life Echanuan are most direct and effective. You have to deepen your understanding first, and transform the way of thinking. The core of Buddha Dharma is transformation of the way of thinking. Nothing can't be accomplished, only are those one can't even imagine. The self-refine of life Echanuan is not for obtaining exceptional functions. However, we can foresee that there will be many Chanyuan celestial with exceptional functions appear in the near future. As long as getting along with each other at the backyard of life Echanuan for a while, unfamiliar people will become intimate brothers, sisters, relatives and lovers. Like a family, people will exchange heartfelt feelings, no argument, and no discrimination, no jealous, no doubt, people make joint efforts and combine together. The fact proves that life Echanuan is the best home under heaven, and one can never find a better place anymore. Life Echanuan neither has rules nor regulations, let alone executive leaders. Chanyuan Celestial doesn't shoulder any duty or responsibility. People feel at ease under all circumstance, meet and leave by chance, do whatever they like and go anywhere according to their own will. People's acts are driven by inclinations of heart, yet they never cross the moral line. Everyone has a moral court of conscience. They exert self-reflection, self-punishment, self-correction, and self-accomplishment. No one can impose his or her will to any other people. The aim of life Echanuan is to hold high esteem in the greatest creator, life and nature, and to walk the greatest creator's way. As the highest state of life, we want to initiate life Echanuan era. As the highest state of being, our ultimate goal is to go to the Celestial Islands continent. There is no long lane without turning. Passing through the dense fog, crossing the rough way of life, we finally find our home for soul. From now on, life will no longer felt lonely, confused, staggered and pathetic. The scene in front of us is magnificent, and our future is infinite and eternal. We are embraced by telegnosis of the greatest creator, and walk on his way. We are vigorous and healthy, and may all our wishes come true. Confucius said when he was by the river, time passes like this water. Time is precious. Time is money, yet you can't buy it with money. The year 2013 is not far away, dear beloved, I love you, and we love you, don't hesitate, opportunity knocks but once. Come on. Let us take life as a game, join each other and travel to the Celestial Islands continent to enjoy the eternity of life. The differences between traditional family and Chanyuan family. Xiefeng. September 20, 2007. Someone may say, Chanyuan always proclaims to break from the family, yet it is building a new family by itself, Chanyuan. This is a misunderstanding to life Echanuan. a symbol of not knowing the essence of life genuine at all. Rice wine, red wine and Mao Tai all are wine but different in nature. Apricot tree, peach tree and willow all are trees but different in nature. Ant, elephant and people are life but different in nature. Ignorant people, sage and celestial all are human being but different in nature. The Democratic Party, Republican Party and Communist Party all are political parties but different in nature. Buddhism, Christian and Islam all are religions but different in nature. Traditional family and Chanyuan family are families but different in nature. The differences between traditional family and Chanyuan family. Traditional family. Center on kindreds and parents. Affinity-disaffinity classify by blood relationship. Limited number of people. Have parents, children and marriage. Can't make the planet into one family. Results of private ownership. Inevitably result in private ownership. Result in a series of competition and suffering. Family member can't enjoy freedom. Chanyuan family. Center on the greatest creator. Affinity-disaffinity classify by the resonant frequency with the greatest creators Tao. Unlimited number of people. No parents, children and marriage. Can make the planet into one family. Results of non-ownership. Inevitable result in non-ownership. Eliminate the competition and lessen the suffering to the maximum. Family member can enjoy the maximum freedom. It can be seen from the chart that there are a world of differences between traditional family and Chanyuan family, not the same at all. Life must belong to something, otherwise it cannot exist. Life body must have a home, otherwise it is called ghost. There are all kinds of home modes in the universe. Some people regard traditional family as their home, some people regard workplace as their home, some people regard religious group as their home, some people regard their country as home, some people regard the universe as their home, and the life genuine regard the greatest creators Tao as their home. Apparently, there seems no difference between the traditional family and Chanyuan family, both of them are family modes, but they vary in contents and forms. That is to say they are similar in form, vary in contents. Going to America from North Korea, getting into Islam from Buddhism, taking part in the Communist Party from the Republican Party, getting into the thousand-year world from the mortal world, although all of them are abandoning one and adapting another, their nature and contents are totally different. Leaving the traditional family and getting into the Chanyuan family, which seems to be going to a family from another, but the contents of life are totally different. Chanyuan family can do. And even can do lots of things that the traditional family is not able to do. Getting into life Chanyuan family from the traditional family is like getting into the thousand-year world from the mortal world, everything is different. Frogs whether live in wells, ponds, rivers, lakes and seas, they all live in water, but the value and the significance of their life are totally different. We can feel the differences between living in the single-story building of 10 square meters, storied houses of 100 square meters and villa of 1,000 square meters. Living in traditional family is like living in a single-story building of 10 square meters, living in life Chanyuan family is like living in the villa of 1,000 square meters. It is not the same as you walk out a single-story building of 10 square meters to another. It is difficult for one to imagine what life Chanyuan family is if he has never been there. How can you make judgments on life Chanyuan family if you have never been there and experienced its lifestyle? And if you insist in making comments, it will be like the tale of the blind men describing an elephant. To a person who has never eaten cactus, no matter how you describe its taste and the way to eat it, it is useless, unless you are the cactus or the greatest creator. There aren't walls in life Chanyuan family. To those who said there are walls in family, the walls are built by themselves and are the projections of their own thinking and consciousness. To people have fully achieved Tao, it makes no difference where he lives or with whom he lives. But to people who is cultivating Tao and upholding Tao, the collective self-refinement is very important. I have explained this theory thoroughly in Life is a Journey. It is very easy to understand that, only the combination of an oxygen atom and two hydrogen atoms can constitute a water molecule, only the unite of an adult female and an adult male can make reproduction. The signal-changing direction of life. Deiform Buddha. May 5, 2006 Harare. Somebody told me that I couldn't be rich if I carry on working for somebody or even for government. I treated it as a signal which at last changed my life channel. Every day the greatest Creator sends us some signals which can change the direction of our life. Whether we can catch it or not depends on whether our heart is ready for it. Two elements make up one's fate. One is fatality, and the other is life channel. We can do nothing about fatality, for it is fixed by our previous deeds. If we want to have a bright life future, the only thing that we can do is focusing on our life channel. Stars will always turn around its orbit if no outer force acts upon them. As a matter of fact, everything in the universe will follow the same way if it doesn't change itself or no other factors interfere with it. Everyone wishes for a healthy, wealthy, free and happy life. The question is how to get it. Now there are three ways. Always alter the direction of life, just like eagles flying above the ground change their wings for the rabbits running in the fields. Know as much as possible about the meaning of life, the meaning of time, the meaning of space, the meaning of the greatest Creator. Try every mean to communicate with the people whose frequency of life structure is the same as yours. Where can we find out the answers? You can learn from Jesus, Buddha, Islam, Taoism, scientists or some other doctrines and theories. They can help you a lot. But the core of life lies upon the greatest Creator and the greatest Creator's systems. So the best way of realizing our ideal is going directly to the greatest Creator. Only this way can lead us to a prosperous life. Now there is another problem arising in our head. How can we go directly to the greatest Creator? How can we know the greatest Creator's system and the way the system works? The answer is here: go inside of Life Achanuan. It's called Life Achanuan in Chinese. Here you can find out all the answers about the greatest Creator and the greatest Creator's systems, the meaning of life, the meaning of time and space, and so on. Also, you can find many nice and trustworthy people inside of it. People all over the world who would like to come and join Life Achanuan will be sincerely welcomed by the people who has already in Life Achanuan, who are called Chanyuan Celestials. This short article is written especially for our brother Xianshan Celestial. A poem about civil behaviors of Chanyuan Celestials. Residing in the second home, now new oasis for life. Xiefeng. July 29, 2011. Let heaven and earth scrutinize my sincere heart, the way of the greatest Creator, I will follow consistently. The teachings of Jesus will be borne in mind, the instructions of Buddha, I will adhere to closely. Lao Tzu's words will be my code of behavior, the sage's remarks will be my motto. My mind is as clear as a mirror to the heaven above and all flesh beneath. What I do and what I say is flawless and bright, like the light shining over everything. I do not desecrate God and Buddha, I revere deity, I do not cause disgrace to ancestors, I maintain the way. What I say shall serve the interest of the public, what I do shall be admired by deity and demon alike. I always respect the elderly and love the young, I sympathize with the weak, I shall have mercy. I shall practice economy in everything, I shall value labor involved in each inch of silk. I shall have a clean and tidy place to live in, I shall protect flowers and birds, I shall have a clean and beautiful soul. I shall not contend with others for profits, I shall have noble character and consider others' interests first. I shall be thrifty and diligent, and make the greatest contribution. I do not envy luxury and extravagance, I do not amass wealth by unfair means. I protect animal and do not eat wild life, and refrain from meat to avoid harm of character. All grass and wood are my relatives and friends, all birds and insects will accompany my life. I do not engage in gossips, and probe into privacies, I shall be a man of integrity, sticking to the route and the way. I do not envy others' happiness, and do not rejoice at others' troubles. I shall respect women, riding roughshod over women is not allowed in the home. I will be civil in speech and do not use vulgar words. I shall not violate the statutes of the country and shall refrain from being a careerist. I shall show comedy to my neighbor in case of unpleasantness between us and shall not lose temper over small gains. I shall welcome guests with smiles, I shall be a hospitable and reasonable host. I shall not make noise in the quiet of night, I shall speak quietly and do not disturb peace and tranquility. In case of resentment, I shall quickly look into my own conscience, I shall not shift blames onto others but find out where I have gone wrong. I shall not engage in scheming, I shall have a pure and clean mind and body, if I envy others there will be disasters. I shall treasure all properties in the home, and avoid extravagance and waste, which is forbidden by God. I shall strive for perfection in everything I do, one will be worthless trash if he makes things in a rough and slipshod manner. I shall work hard at study, and solve puzzles, and build up experience and wisdom. A harmonious collective shall avoid factions, and people should be treated equally no matter where they come from. The greatest Creator is supreme in the vast and boundless universe, hold the greatest Creator in esteem and awe. Make confession and prayer, cleanse the soul, follow the guide, and the road ahead will be bright and smooth. Of all things, only life is true, proceed as if in a game and the cultivation of celestial being in the way will succeed. A passionate life and years of burning fervor. Xie Feng. April 23, 2014. Translated by Shi Dai and edited by Kayer. We had once fallen into despair. Our huge loss in Yunnan had driven us to the end of our rope and we did not know how we would survive. After traveling thousands of kilometers, we moved into our new homes in the Gobi Desert and started a much harder way of life. We are living in simple and broken houses, eating modest meals, drinking the highly concentrated saline alkaline water, and doing the hardest and dirtiest manual labor. We have embarked on a new journey. Having no holidays or rest days, all of Chanyuan Celestials here work every day from morning until night. Some of them have fallen asleep while working, some bleed from their noses while working, and some were too tired to wash their feet and faces and just collapse into bed and fell asleep immediately after supper. We are weeding, cultivating the soils, picking sheep dung for manure, rush planting many trees in the spring, collecting firewood for fuel, and building living rooms and toilets. Every brick and stone are very important to us and mud is the most valuable material. This is a life filled with passion. These are the years of burning fervor. Chanyuan Celestials are working as hard as they can, using their own hands to create their own lives. The trees they planted are sprouting forth buds and leaves while the seedlings of the vegetables are growing quickly. The rubbish has been cleared away and the environment is much cleaner. The wild geese that head south are coming here and the crows of the sparrows are twittering merrily in joyous choruses, everything is full of energy and vitality. How beautiful the life is! Chanyuan Celestials are all optimists and romantics. Though the life here is very simple, it is always full of a broad range of delights. They laugh and play as they walk. Life here is always full of happiness and laughter. We have suspended our monthly parties, but all sisters and brothers like to joke and frolic with each other. Some of these funny jokes that were told by Chanyuan Celestials made everyone laugh so hard that they spit their food when sitting on the small stools, bricks, and stones during supper. This is a group of carefree children. This is a group of fools who never pursue selfish interests. This is a group of aspiring pillars of the world. This is a group of celestials and Buddhas with no considerations of life and death. The hardest and dirtiest jobs, they do. The most bitter and saltiest water, they drink. They live only for today, no matter what tomorrow brings. They live only in the now, no matter what the future brings. They are happy as fairies, celestials in heaven. They are burning the passion of youth into full play. They forget the time and the bitterness. It gives endless fun to become a creator. It makes our passions run high when devoting ourselves to such lives. Even you are 80 years old, you are still not an old person. Everyone here is in the bloom of youth. Their youth is burning, it is burning completely and thoroughly, it is burning naturally and purely, it is burning so hard that the green trees are growing and beautiful flowers are blooming, it is burning cleanly, tidily, and orderly. Only those who experience this kind of life can truly understand what the life is. Thank the greatest Creator for giving us such an extraordinary life. It is a refinement process, where impurities are removed and gold shines. As fire refines gold, adversity tests virtue. The crops have ripened, and I will gather these full grains into the granary of heaven, to fulfill the mission entrusted to me by the greatest Creator. I am so happy that I feel like I could die. The advantages of the second home, now new oasis for life, over traditional family. Xiefeng. September 22, 2009. Note, this article is written in September 2009, now there are more than 180 Chanyuan celestials living in 3 branches of our community. The second home founded by Lifa Chanyuan is situated in a picturesque area in southwest China, which has a spring-like weather all the year round. The purpose of the second home is to spearhead a new life pattern as distinguished from traditional family life and create a model for the Lifa Chanyuan era, in which the talented will be put to good use, and the whole world will be one family, in which no one would pocket anything found on the ground, and doors are not bolted at night, and in which everything is in harmony, the weather are perfect, and everyone is happy, joyful, free and blessed. Currently there are 50 permanent residents. The oldest is over 80 years old, and the youngest is 8. After nearly half a year's practice, we have summed up, for your reference, the following advantages of the second home over traditional family life. Each individual shall have no worry, since the home takes charge of each resident's food, clothing, shelter, transportation, health, and illness. Children and parents shall have no worry, since the home takes care of the old people and takes charge of the education and support of children. With the disintegration of family, in the second home there will be no husband-wife relation, which reduces bondage and increases freedom. There is no marriage in the home, and parents and youths at marriageable age need not worry about marriage and family. Each resident chooses a job that accords with his or her personality and special skills, and need not worry about other matters. The home implements paradise management, and there is no distinction between the leading and the led. Everyone is the master of the home, there is no management and supervision. Everything is based on free will, and thus body and mind is greatly emancipated. Everything will be taken charge of by a special person. The service is mutual, so no one owes anyone anything. There are people specially for cooking, some for laundry, some for cleaning, some for nursing, and so on, so everyone is freed from trivial details. People can communicate with each other anytime anywhere, a party will be held at each weekend, so no one will feel lonely, solitary or depressed. At the weekend party, everyone can fully display their elegant demeanor in a harmonious, lively and vivacious atmosphere. Each resident creates the wealth of spirit, the wealth of soul, or the wealth of material, or offers service. No one is idle, there is no parasite, everyone is industrious. The home adopts the policy of owning nothing but possessing everything. Residents of the home do not own anything, everything is shared. No one needs to worry about the thing that he or she owns. The residents shall uphold 800 values for new era human being, maintaining a high level of generality and retaining a happy personality. Through practice, the second home has accomplished this goal. In such a collective where spirit and soul share the same frequency, the bad propensities and habits of individuals are corrected timely and each individual has quickly sublimated his or her quality. In this home, no one smokes, gambles, and drinks, and no one is addicted to video games all day and night. Study, work, creation, devotion, collective entertainment, and sublimation are the theme. The food is mainly vegetarian, with meat occasionally. The standard of living is medium. There is no extravagance and waste. Far away from the human society, residents in the home will no longer be plagued by the trouble of human world. One lives only for values and beliefs. One will no longer be shackled by family and other conventions. The body, mind, and soul will have greater freedom. There will be no one to keep their eyes on you, to control you, and to pester you. There is no coercion. Everyone does things by answering the call of his soul. Every week a forum will be held to solve problems that have been discovered in a timely and satisfactory manner. During the half-years, no rules and regulations have been made. Everything is carried out on the basis of 800 values for new era human being. Everyone has work to do. As long as you work 6 hours a day, no one cares when you go to sleep, and when you wake up, no one cares what you wear, what you eat, and how much you eat. Everything goes around sincerity, kindness, virtue, love, honesty, and faith. Everyone is happy. The way of life in the second home consumes the least amount of natural resources. Everyone has his or her free space of life and room, no one is interfered or disturbed. Everyone can enjoy calm and excitement at any time. Everyone is responsible for the thing he or she does, so the efficiency is very high. Without the complicated social relations like relatives and friends, one needs not think about troubling matters like preparing gifts for someone's wedding, sending red packets for someone's newborn baby, visiting someone who has fallen ill, or mulling moodily over someone's promotion. Everyone can peacefully engage in self-refinery and self-cultivation without the pressure of financial problems, the bondage of feelings, and the impediment of the secular world. The home does not take the form of an organization. Anyone has the right to reject anything that he or she is not willing to do. Everyone is equal in personality. No one can impose his or her will upon anyone else. As a result, the mind and body enjoy full liberty and freedom. Here there is only optimism, activeness, and brightness, there is no negative influence. Science, facts, logic, and spiritual perception are respected, there is no superstition, no theurgy, no practice of magical arts, and no actions that run counter to the statutes of government. So everyone can live unperturbed and satisfied. The members come from all over the world. They have the same wish and goal. They communicate with each other and live in harmony. The quality of life sublimates very quickly. The home advocates that everyone strives to be the best and does the best thing, so they improve their personal quality very quickly, and everyone has become the expert in his or her field. The environment is clean, tidy and elegant, bath-taking is convenient, great attention is paid to personal hygiene. There is no dirtiness and disorder, and sluttery has disappeared, there is no surly habit. There is no comparison, jealousy, resentment, and complaint. Everyone is both master and servant of the home. Freedom in love, and flirting without worrying about being interfered. Freedom in sexual love, without anyone interfering or gossiping. Anyone attempting to usurp the other person in emotion and sexual love is despised here, so everyone is free. Respect everyone's freedom and way of life. One is free and not forced by anyone in the choice of celibacy or multipartnership. Anyone who has the thought of a parasite and does not involve in labor for a long time will be persuaded to leave the home. Thus, the hard-working people have fertile soil to live on. Anyone who causes harms to anyone else's spirit, soul, and flesh shall be expelled from the home. Thus everyone feels safe here. Everyone is free to come and go. Anyone who has met the requirements of the home can move into the home any time, and anyone who feels the life in the home unsatisfactory can leave the home any time. Everything goes on in a flexible manner. Special cases are dealt with according to the principle that Buddha has no settled rules. Buddha's rules are always variable according to the situation, and that keep the main and change the others according to the situation. Special cases will be handled properly according to actual situation. There is no ossified dogma, so everyone is becoming more and more flexible in thinking. There are network and phone connections to the outside world, anyone can communicate with the outside world freely. No celebration is held for birthday and festivals, no gifts are exchanged, so members are exempted from many troubling matters. The second home has become a place where no one pockets anything found on the road, and no doors are bolted at night. For the past half year, no one has lost anything. Although the second home of Life Echanuan has many advantages over traditional family life, it still needs constant improvement, and should constantly incorporate new thought, new methods, and new ideas. It should make corrections of improper measures, and adopt reasonable proposal timely. It should give up immediately any practice that is not permitted by the government, and cancel and correct any actions that may bring trouble to the society. We hope that all Chanyuan celestials and people in the society will constantly supervise our words and actions and give us instructions. Just as the great man Mao Zedong has put it, we will take your advice as long as it is correct. Appendix, Zixia Celestial's Personal Understanding. During the building of Life Echanuan, one can pay back one's debt to the secular world and accumulate wealth in the heavenly kingdom. The second home is the best melting pot, where one can live according to the 800 values. Transforming consciousness, perfecting structure, and accomplishing the quality of super-celestial being is the shortcut to the paradise. In the second home, we can create joy and happiness in work every day, we can devote our sincerity, kindness, virtue and love unselfishly, and we can see the faces of Buddha, Bodhisattva, and celestial beings every moment of the day. How can we not feel the extreme blessing? With the perfection of one structure, the diseases in the body will be swept away unknowingly. There is no fetters of the secular world, there is clear consciousness. You have nothing yet have everything. All are like a game and you can let yourself go. In pleasure and relaxation, you move toward the heavenly kingdom step by step. Seek truth from facts, tell thing as it is, be open and aboveboard. You will benefit a lot from this. We feel the space of life in the second home is becoming larger and larger, and the time elapses quickly in happiness and joy. We become richer in connotation, have formed independence consciousness, and strive for the best in work. While living in the home, we do not have any worry on the journey of life and life. All the honor belongs to the greatest Creator. Amen. Joint announcement from the second home, now new oasis for life, of Life Echanuan, China. And Kanahana family, Japan. November 11, 2013. It is our pleasure to announce to you that the second home of Life Echanuan, hereinafter referred to as Life Echanuan, and Kanahana family, eco-villages that are born in China and Japan, have had conversations with each other through delegates from their communities and have reached the following agreement. On November 11, 2013, as a symbol of harmonizing the East Asian countries which are ethnic brothers and sisters, Life Echanuan and Kanahana family have united as one big family. Therefore Life Echanuan has become the Chinese branch of Kanahana family, and Kanahana family has become the fifth branch of Life Echanuan. Hereafter, the affairs of this big family will be discussed by all members of both communities. The core values of this big family are, revere the greatest Creator, revere life, revere nature, and create a system in which human beings, nature and society are able to coexist harmoniously, and become a model for all human beings. We will explore new paths in the areas of building an ecological civilization and sustainable living. Therefore, we identify our lifestyle as highly civilized and absolutely communal. Before cultivating fields, cultivate the soul. The top priorities of this big family are to purify and beautify each member's soul, and to achieve high levels of self-sufficiency and sustainability. We will comply with all the terms and laws stipulated in the Charter of the United Nations, and comply with the Constitution and laws in each country. We respect the central government and its leaders in each country. However, the most important is not the interests of our individual nations. Instead, we will consider first the interests of all humanity. This will be our main focus. We will continue to strive to unite over 1,000 communities in the world into a big international family to finally realize the dream of one world, one family. We hereby announce to the world that we have made this first great step towards realizing the beautiful ideal of creating a united and harmonious world that has always been a dream of human beings. A letter to Earth citizens from International Big Family. Xiefeng. May 8, 2014. Translated by Tsong Long, Ailian and edited by Kayer. All Earth citizens, Secretary-General of the United Nations, heads of every country government. We share the common view that the Earth is a small village in the vast universe. And all the Earth villagers are the greatest Creator's children. Only when we are all together can we put an end to all kinds of crises and conflicts, and can we keep the ecological balance of the Earth and realize the sustainable development for people. No eggs can remain unbroken when the nest is upset. If the Earth is ruined, nobody can escape from it. The crises that human beings face are more and more severe. The frequently occurring natural disasters are the warning signs. If we ignore them, do not give up our personal interests, and still live with traditional lifestyles, it will be too late to regret. The core of all the crises are soul crisis. Purifying our souls is the greatest primary task for human beings. Taking stopgap measures could never eliminate the crises and future risks. Only soul purification can help human beings take a turn for the better. The situation is urgent. The second home, now new oasis for life, established by Life Achanuan, would be dedicated to building up an international big family. We have the theory system of soul purification and successful practical experience. Now we need all the global citizens to cooperate and put them into practice. The international big family would allow no difference of nations. All nationalities around the world, all religious groups, all political parties, and all members of different organizations would be an essential part of this big international family. Everyone will be respected, cared for, and sympathized. Every life being is precious and worth cherishing. Massive crimes mainly result from the survival environment, not personal issues. An undesirable survival environment will result in massive crimes, but a good survival environment will reduce the crime dramatically. Therefore, apart from purifying our souls, thoroughly changing the traditional production and life mode is currently the top priority for all human beings. Traditional marriage and family is no doubt the source of humanity's miseries and all kinds of conflicts. If they are not completely destroyed and replaced by the new life and production mode created by Life Achanuan, humanity's miseries will be endless and will lead to its destruction. I hope the United Nations, the governments of all countries, all religions and political parties, and each citizen of the earth can think deeply about this, and every government will give the green light to our big international family and not to cling to the outmoded systems in order to safeguard their own interests. They should not to stop or interfere with the development of the community because of any political reasons, and they should give more support rather than attack to the cause that is beneficial to its nation and to all human beings. I hope that all citizens of the world can participate in the activities of this international family and accept the purification of their souls. People should change their traditional thinking mode, ideology, habits, lifestyle, and any value that is not compatible with the development of civilization. If each one can sacrifice a small part of their private interest to make efforts for the interests and well-being of the entire humanity, the world will get out of its crises and walk towards a bright new era. I hope that peace will be with us forever and that we will be blessed by Mother Nature. I hope the relationships of all nations will be in harmony and its people will be safe. I hope that joy, happiness, and freedom will be with each citizen of the world and the one world, one family dream will soon come true. I pray for each citizen of the world. My best wishes for each life being on the earth. The second home, now new oasis for life. The new life pattern of mankind is stunningly wonderful. Shui Feng. February 3, 2012. One can find the dazzling beauty when walking out of the traditional marriage and family and entering a new life pattern of mankind without marriage and family, the second home. Everything has been faring fairly well and smoothly for the second home, from the first subunit founded about 3 years ago to several subunits that have come into being today, and from originally about 24 members to more than 100 members today. The environment is becoming more and more elegant and serene. Everything is clean, tidy and orderly. Chanyuan Celestials are getting on with each other more and more harmoniously and cozily. The food is becoming richer in variety, the living space is becoming more spacious. The number of vehicles has increased. More and more Chanyuan Celestials are applying to live permanently in the second home. More importantly, Chanyuan Celestials are becoming more and more sunny and natural in mental outlook. The Chanyuan Celestial state of soul is becoming increasingly purer and more sublimate. Everyone radiates the smiles of happiness. People are becoming more and more diligent and competent. None of the sisters and brothers that live permanently in the home would choose to leave it. The management of the home is becoming increasingly simple. Every day people are doing their work most pleasantly and willingly. No one is lazy. There have been increasingly fewer cases of goofing off. Holographic management has paid off. There is not any criminal offense in the home. Even quarrels are rare in occurrence. On the third day of this Lunar New Year, there occurred some abuse and physical confrontation during the wine party, which is the only such incident since the founding of the home. The next day the troublemaker was evicted from the home. Chanyuan values have been widely accepted by people here. The second home is to be built into the most ideal life pattern of mankind. Everyone shall have pleasant mood and can full manifest their origin of nature. The living standard of the home is slightly higher than the average living standard for the entire mankind. Now we have basically achieved the goal of one bedroom for each person. The dozens of bedrooms in the home have all been built by itself according to the standard rooms of a 3-star hotel. The rooms here are more spacious and brighter than the standard rooms in hotels. The environments of all subunits have been built according to the model of thousand-year world of the heavenly kingdom, thus these subunits are authentic fairylands. The home is having an increasingly diverse variety of vegetables, fruits and eggs. The cultural life is becoming more and more colorful. The games of the day are reserved, in addition to the evening party of song and dance held once a month. Thus we have practically realized the ideal that everyone can live as innocently as children. The most troubling thing in the traditional marriage and family is the household chores, which have disappeared completely in the second home. People need no longer worry about the troublesome household affairs, because all things have been professionalized. 256 subunits of the home will be built all over the globe. 6 of the subunits are located in China. It is predicted that in the near future, dozens of subunits will flourish all over the world. As the chief architect of the second home and the guide of mankind's spirit and soul, I am now living in happiness every day. I have nothing else to do except for feeling grateful, striving for creation, and treasuring the happiness. It is stunningly wonderful to live in the second home. Communism is perfectly wonderful. The way to protect the health of sisters and brothers. In the second home, now new oasis for life. Xiefeng. June 21, 2011. The health of sisters and brothers residing in the second home has always been matter of concern for me. My purpose is to heal all patients of their diseases and make sure that they don't become sick again. Is there any miraculous way to achieve this purpose? Yes. There are 3 ways. The first is to repent and pray to the greatest Creator, the second is to maintain a pleasant and happy mood, and the third is to practice Chanyuan setting up exercise every day. The current situation of the second home, one Chanyuan Celestial who was found by medical examination to suffer from cancer more than a year ago has now been basically restored to normal health. A Chanyuan Celestial that suffered gallstones is now completely healed, without any surgery. It seems that nothing has happened to him. Another Chanyuan Celestial used to be consumed by enteritis, but he is feeling better and better. Several Chanyuan celestials with high blood pressure are now happy with smiles every day. Two elderly people in their 80s worked in the vegetable garden every day, and they also saw wood for the kitchen. Now fewer and fewer Chanyuan celestials get sick. Although Chanyuan celestials are becoming more and more healthy, there is still a long way to go before we can reach a state that everyone is completely free from illness. However, I am sure that, with this home becoming more and more beautiful and especially with your gardens of soul becoming more and more beautiful, we will surely realize the dream that our sisters and brothers will no longer get sick. As for the first way, all sisters and brothers who do not feel in good condition or suffer illness are requested to confess and pray to the greatest Creator according to what I have perceived. About the second way, I will build the home comprehensively, turning it into a fairyland, where you are happy, joyful, free, and pleasant every day. As for the third way, since the setting up exercise of Chanyuan is similar in some aspects to the cultivation of Qigong, we are afraid that people in the neighborhood and the government may mistake it for Falun Gong. So the exercise has been postponed indefinitely. Now the government has had a knowledge of life at Chanyuan, this exercise will be gradually carried out in the home. I have incorporated the content of several kinds of traditional Qigong into this body-building exercise. Borrowing especially from the cultivation wisdom in Terrestrial Celestial Sutra, 5-bird play, created by the famous Dr. Huatua, and some Taoist body-building methods, this setting up exercise mainly focus on the great coordination between thought, breath, and movement. I have practiced it for several years abroad, and found that it has achieved very good results. In a word, I have taken into consideration the health of every sister and brother. I am making plans and preparations, and I hope that in the near future I can realize the dream that no sister and brother will get sick again. The second home, now new oasis for life, where no one pockets anything found on the ground and doors are not bolted at night. Xiefeng. July 29, 2010. The second home of life at Chanyuan has realized a realm of life that man has long dreamed of, in which no one pockets anything found on the ground and doors are not bolted at night. Currently, Tianhua Kajan, Zhu Xiantai, and Fenghuang Xia of the second home have really realized this realm of life. Shengxian Yuan, Wulong Gang, and Qingxian Gu will also soon become places where no one pockets anything found on the ground and doors are not bolted at night. At night, doors need not to be locked. If you feel the weather is hot, you can sleep with the door open, no one will break in and disturb your beautiful dream. If something is missing, you need not worry, it is not lost, you will find it. Why has the second home of life at Chanyuan realized the dream that mankind had not realized after pursuing it for thousands of years? Because Chanyuan celestials follow the way of the greatest Creator and upholds 800 values for man of the new era. Simple, economical, firm, the 3-character primer for the second home, now new oasis for life. Xiefeng. August 4, 2011. The first character is simple, the meaning of which can summarized in master strategist Zhu Guoyang's saying, with a simple life you can retain a clear consciousness of your goal, with a calm mind you can reach a far destination. A simple life takes an indifferent attitude to fame and fortune. Gandhi regards simplicity is the essence of the universe. The most perfect things all take simplicity as their nature. The greater the simplicity, the better the order, the greater the simplicity, the higher the efficiency, the greater the simplicity, the larger the happiness. The life of the second home is simple in the following 8 aspects. The home does not make any rules, regulations, and commandments, everyone does everything voluntarily according to his or her own free will. Except for the meeting of home life on Friday, all other meetings will be cancelled. The home does not assign tasks to people and does not require that they should accomplish such tasks, it does not enforce supervision or check, each one decides for himself what to do and how to do it and how well it is done. The home only advocates civility, education and culture, and does not stipulate other requirements, leaving the individuals deciding for themselves all the other matters. The home adopts holographic management. It has no system of leadership, no accountants and tellers. With the exception of people in charge of purchase, no one needs to make application for or report about allowances. The allowances will be placed in a public place and people can get the money as long as he has use for it. The home does not celebrate birthday for anyone, does not observe any festivals. Chanyuan Celestials do not present each other gifts and souvenirs. Chanyuan Celestials do not owe each other anything. Chanyuan Celestials do not form mutual aid relations in terms of profit and interests. No collective ceremonies and activities will be held unless on occasions when collective participation is needed, for example, entertainment, learning, and special production activities. Everyone has a bedroom, a bed, a desk, a chair, a cabinet, 3 pairs of shoes, and 3 suites of clothes. Then they will share everything else. They have meals in the dining hall, and surf the net in the net bar. The second character is economical, the meaning of which is reflected in Lao Tzu's saying, one is love, the second is not too much, the third is not be the first in the world. Not too much, or economy, is one of the 3 treasures of life. To get rid of the habit of extravagance one must practice economy. The best way to get over indifference is a sincere and honest attitude. See Maguang's code of ethics is, the others take pride in extravagance, but I regard economy and simplicity as a virtue. Economy leads to success, extravagance leads to failure. The second home strictly practices economy in everything, and never engages in extravagance, luxury and wasteful behaviors. It will never buy any luxury item, it embraces the principle of practical use for everything. One should think at each meal how difficult it has been to obtain the food, and reflect, at each time of dressing, on the hard work involved in each inch of silk. If the tableware is clean and of good quality, even pottery will be better than gold and jade utensils. If the food is simple and delicate, even garden vegetable will be better and more delicious than dainty food. The third character firm means solid. Serene and profound and resourceful, and firm in will, one will never give in. When the root is consolidated, the way will emerge. To consolidate the root, a solid foundation is needed. The home will consolidate firmness from 3 aspects. Build firm belief, solid cultivation, profound skills, and firm sense of integrity. Whenever you set your mind on something, you should strive for the best. You should make a good job of anything that you have started doing. You should not give up halfway and should not let others have a negative opinion of what you did. You should not be perfunctory in your work. Be practical and down to earth, don't be flaunty. Don't engage in lip service. Be honest and sincere and practical in every word, action, move, knitting of the brows, smile and thinking. As long as we are simple, economical and firm, we will have no concern and worry. Without concern and worry, we will have no fear, and we will be far away from terrible dreams, and eventually achieve nirvana. From Heart Sutra. Embrace the new life of the second home, now new oasis for life. Xiefeng. July 7, 2010. From ancient time to present, mankind has never experienced this kind of life, where the grass and wood are verdant and luxuriant, the weather is favorable, the environment is elegant and spring-like all the year round, all kinds of birds are twittering and myriad of flowers are giving off fragrance, everything is in harmony and coziness, there is no marriage and family, everyone owns nothing and yet has everything, everyone fully enjoys joy and happiness, and everyone embraces freedom and blessing. Here there is no contention for money, power, fame and position, everyone enjoys a pure and sincere relation, no one takes advantage of his or someone else's power to bully people, here holographic management is adopted and there is no leadership. Everyone is at the same time master and servant, everyone chooses one thing and tries his or her best to do a good job. The home takes charge of everyone's food, clothing, shelter, transportation, living, old age, illness, and death. The home encourages the good quality of sincerity, kindness, virtue, love, faith, and honesty. There is no lazy bone and parasite in the home. The home does not celebrate birthday or festivals. The members of the home do not exchange gifts and other articles, do not watch TV or read newspaper, but can communicate freely via telephone and networks. There is a happy evening party every week. Everyone can take part in and display his or her wonderful talents. At the party there are endless games and everyone will be immersed in the happiness. There is no fixed schedule for work and rest. One can go to sleep any time he or she wants to, as long as they have finished their work. Everyone can decide for themselves how much to eat, whether to have meat or vegetables according to their own likes and dislikes. Everyone has a bedroom, furnished with a bed, a table, a chair, a cabinet, a mirror, a basin, and electric circuit. The private space is free from disturbance and interference 24 hours every day. No one is allowed to break in without permission. The home has no place for those who are fond of eating but averse to work, for those who compete for supremacy, and for those who dish the dirt. Everyone takes charge to perfect themselves and does not mind others' business. From Monday to Thursday the members will learn the college course of Life Achanuan. Young people shall work hard at their study, enrich their connotations, and reach college levels in learning. On Friday evening the home will hold a life meeting to discuss and solve problems in a timely manner. Everyone should make sure that he or she has performed responsibility dutifully. There should be no void where no one takes any responsibility. Middle-aged and old people shall practice Chanyuan exercises in the morning and evening to ensure good health. Old and weak people shall be looked after by special people. There are Chanyuan celestials specially responsible for minors' food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Great attention shall be paid to foster good manners and civility. The children should learn to protect nature, love life, and maintain harmonious relations with neighbors. We should cooperate with local governments to carry out government's laws and statutes. Be open and straightforward in everything, which can stand the inspection and question of the public. Chase the sun and escape from darkness, and do not do anything furtively. Do not practice theurgy and magical arts, do not engage in superstition, and safeguard the way of nature. Do not go to extremes, do not deviate from the correct path, follow the instructions of saints and sages of all generations. Be free in emotional love and sex love, and do not engage in forceful possession and occupation. Treasure freedom, and do not allow the disturbance and interference of any third party in things that accord the law of heaven and are being done on the basis of mutual volition. Anyone who incurs damage to others' spirit, soul and flesh shall be evicted from the home. Both strictness and leniency shall be employed to build the perfect home of man. Through 1 year's practice, the above ideal realm has become reality, and it is hoped that all worthy people of mankind will embrace the happy new life. Notice concerning the application for living in the second home, now new oasis for life. Xiefeng. December 20, 2011. The second home is the favor granted by Buddha and the greatest creator to mankind, and is a fruit from the instructions, guides and endeavors of Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, Celestial Lao Tzu, Prophet Muhammad, and generations of sages and saints. The second home is the kingdom of the greatest creator, the complete communist community, the transfer station for ripe crops from the human world to the heavenly kingdom, and the fairyland paradise on the earth created by pioneers of Life Achanuan. To live in the second home, one must simultaneously meet the following 8 fundamental conditions. Has been a Chanyuan celestial for at least 6 months, during which one has always participated in exchange in the headquarters website. Has thoroughly read Chanyuan corpus and Xiefeng corpus. Has a good knowledge of the life pattern of the second home. Has donated to the home currencies worth at least 2,000 yuan RMB. Has finished relations with secular world and does not return to the secular family and society after settling in the home. Possesses characters of kindness, diligence, honesty, simplicity, and faithfulness, and loves labor. Unmarried, or divorced, or the couple are both Chanyuan celestials. Healthy, without any disease. Once you have entered the second home, the home will take full responsibility for your food, clothing, shelter, transportation, living, old age, and health. Therefore it is necessary to make appropriate contributions, otherwise what reason do we have to enjoy life in the second home? If we have not made any contribution to the home and yet want to enjoy the highly civilized life of fairyland, then this would be unreasonable and unfair, and it would be the life of a parasite. Anyone who has met the above 8 conditions can apply for settlement in the second home. Your application will surely be accepted, and your wish to live in the home will surely be realized. If you are Chanyuan Celestial and want to live temporarily in the second home for no longer than 2 months, you need not meet the above 8 conditions, and generally the home will not reject your presence at the home, but you must go back to the secular world after 2 months. Special arrangements can be made for those who have contributed more than 20,000 yuan to the home or who have for many years been involved in online communication for the building of the home. Currently, your applications will all be accepted in normal circumstances. For those who have made special or great contributions to the home, the second home is your home and you can live in the home at any time without application. You just inform the home, and it will immediately arrange room, life utensils, and transportation for you. In addition, starting from today, anyone applying for residence in the second home can indicate in the application form the subunit he or she is going to live in and apply to the director of that subunit. The directors of the subunit can decide, without soliciting my opinion, whether to accept the application according to the above regulations and the living conditions of the subunit he or she is in charge of. They also need not ask for instructions or report to me, but must provide needed information to Chanyuan Celestials in charge of the compilation and gathering of information. Currently Wenyuan Celestial is responsible for the gathering and compilation of the home's information. It is hoped that all Chanyuan Celestials know these conditions and that the directors of subunits arrange residence in the subunits strictly according to the above conditions. Here you are free to spend money. Shuefeng. March 20, 2012. The miraculous The second home, now new oasis for life, is the kingdom of the greatest Creator. Here live a group of diligent, kind, simple and honest people. In order that people can have free access to money, several months ago I left 2,000 yuan RMB in the drawer of my bedroom in the 3rd subunit, where I seldom stay. I told sisters and brothers that if they need some pocket money they are free to collect it from my bedroom, and that they need not make any request to anybody and report to anybody about the money they have spent. These days I have returned to the 3rd subunit on the matter of expansion. Today I counted the money that still remains in the drawer. Several months have passed and there is still 980 yuan left. That is to say, 10-20 yuan has been spent, which means that on average each person has spent less than 7 yuan a month. How simple and honest people are here. Practice has proved that Chanyuan Celestials who have undergone the baptism of Chanyuan values are the most civilized people in the world. Here, no one pockets things found on the road and doors need not be bolted at night. People, don't you want to change your conventional way of life and live in the miraculous and beautiful The second home? Make your effort for this purpose. The home is waiting for you. All people in the world who are willing to follow the way of the greatest Creator in the road of Chanyuan can live happily, peacefully, comfortably and harmoniously in the second home. Soon, this way of money use will also be practiced in other subunits. Life Chanyuan Spiritual and Soul Bank opens. Xiefeng. July 1, 2022. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Kayer. Do you have excess spiritual and soul wealth? If so, please save it in the Spiritual and Soul Bank of Life Chanyuan. What kinds of spiritual wealth can be saved in our Spiritual and Soul Bank? You know and resonate with an individual Chanyuan Celestial and maintain a close relationship with them. This spiritual wealth can be valued and saved as 1F coin. You have one or several blood relatives who are Chanyuan Celestials and you maintain close relationships with them. This spiritual wealth can be valued and saved as 1F coin. You have supported a Chanyuan Celestial materially or spiritually to help rescue them from an undesirable situation. this spiritual wealth can be valued and saved as 5F coins. You have disseminated articles of Chanyuan corpus or Xiefeng corpus. This spiritual wealth can be valued and saved as 1F coin for each article. You have paid tips for reading Chanyuan corpus, Xiefeng corpus, or reports about the second home of life at Chanyuan. Every 10 RMB yuan can be valued and saved as 1F coin. You have reported news about the progress of life at Chanyuan and the second home. This spiritual wealth can be valued and saved as 5F coins. You have affirmed and praised life at Chanyuan on several occasions, each can be valued and saved as 1F coin. You have praised Xiefeng, the tour guide of life at Chanyuan in public. This spiritual wealth can be valued and saved as 1F coin. What kinds of soul wealth can be saved in our spiritual and soul bank? If you believe that it is best for humans to follow the way of the greatest creator, that is the way of nature, it can be valued and saved as 2F coins. If you believe that the Xiefeng-style communist production and living mode is best, it can be valued and saved as 5F coins. If you have ever read a report or viewed a video about the second home of life at Chanyuan and resonated with our mode, it can be valued and saved as 1F coin. If you long for or even yearn to live in the second home one day, it can be valued and saved as 1F coin. If you feel that you resonate with most of the values of life at Chanyuan, then each 10 values to which you resonate can be valued and saved as 1F coin. If you long to go to the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium Islands continent to continue your life's journey after your human journey ends, it can be valued and saved as 1F coin. If you believe that by following Xiefeng, the tour guide of life at Chanyuan, you will surely become a celestial being, it can be valued and saved as 5F coins. If you understand that soul wealth is more important than spiritual wealth and that spiritual wealth is more important than material wealth, then this very important wealth on your life's journey can be valued as 1F coin. F coins are the currency of life at Chanyuan. They equate to blessings, welfare, and happiness. The more Chanyuan currency you have, the richer your spirit and soul will be and the happier your life will be. How do you save your spiritual and soul wealth in the spiritual and soul bank of life at Chanyuan? Please write down a wealth list of the above 16 items, work out the total and send them to any of the following 7 websites. We will keep your wealth record. You can also send the details to any Chanyuan celestial, who will then forward it to our admin personnel without omission. Life at Chanyuan International Family website, http://www.smcyinternationalfamily.org. Chinese language website of Life at Chanyuan, http://leafcosmos.org. English language website of Life at Chanyuan, http://lifechanyuan.org, email, info@lifeatchanyuan.org. New Oasis for Life Hengshan Station, https://kingdomofgod.cn. English language website of New Oasis for Life, http://newoasisforlife.org. Chinese language website of New Oasis for Life, http://www.lifelvizio.org. Website of Heavens University for Millennials, https://chaniyuan.org. What is the value and significance of saving your spiritual and soul wealth in the spiritual and soul bank of Life at Chanyuan? One day, Life at Chanyuan will arrange for you to experience our lifestyle as copied from the 1,000-year world to the human world. This is your ticket to becoming a Chanyuan celestial and entering the second home. When you encounter difficulties, hardships, and helplessness along your life's journey, Life at Chanyuan will give you spiritual and soul energy. These are solid steps along your path to heaven. One day, when you look back on the path you followed, you will know the value and significance of owning Chanyuan currency. May you initiate your spiritual sense, and be blessed to have wealth in the spiritual and soul bank of Life at Chanyuan. Please understand the second home of Life at Chanyuan. Yixin. What is the second home? The second home is a brand new paradise-like production and living model created by Life at Chanyuan, which has never appeared on earth before. It is the model of the thousand-year world of heaven copied by the founder and guide of life Achanyuan, Xiefeng. It is a living model that best fits the ideals of ancient and modern sages and philosophers worldwide and common people. If all humanity lives in this way, humanity can enter an era of worthy people will fully utilize their talents, the whole world will be as one family, no one will keep lost articles found on the roadside and doors will not need to be locked at night, everything will be in complete harmony, the weather will be good for harvesting and everyone will be happy, joyous, free, and blessed. The most significant feature of the second home is, no countries, no religions, no political parties, no marriage and families, no husband-wife relationships. Each branch is a small family, and every family may have members from different countries and ethnicities who live together. In the headquarters of Life Achanyuan, along with 256 global branches, members can flow freely among them. Hence, the second home is also called the Life Achanyuan International Family. In the second home, all members within this big family are brothers, sisters, relatives, and lovers, everyone loves and serves each other. The reason why everyone can live in harmony together is that everyone adheres to the 800 values for new era human being and the life procedures of the home. The purification of the mind through these values is crucial. Only a perfect mind can ensure the normal operation of the home's procedures, allowing every member to live a happy, joyful, free, and blessed life. What kind of life is the second home? The second home is a collective life where everyone works cooperatively, serving each other. It ensures that the young are well nurtured, and the elderly are properly taken care of. Everyone's talents are fully utilized, and resources are efficiently managed. All affairs and household chores become types of work. Each member selects a job based on their talents and interests. They dedicate at least 6 hours a day to work efficiently and strive to excel in their chosen jobs. This allows each member ample time for leisure activities, learning, and self-improvement. The second home follows the natural way, practicing holographic management, where service replaces traditional management. It's a space where 8 immortals cross the sea, each revealing their own expertise, and where those who propose take charge. Within this setting, everyone owns nothing yet has everything, and each contributes as they can, receiving according to their needs. Everyone functions as both a master and a servant. Building on the shared values of the home, every individual's personality, preferences, and strengths are fully respected, allowing everyone to express themselves, showcase their talents, and experience the joys of life, living happily, joyfully, freely, and contentedly within the home. The second home advocates freedom in romantic love and sexual relations. Romantic love is a precious gift bestowed upon humanity by the greatest creator, and sexual relations are the most elevated form of play among all recreational activities. They also serve as an effective means to perceive the nature of the mind and reach the wondrous state of extreme bliss. Therefore, fully enjoying romantic love and sexual life is the will of the greatest creator and an indispensable, inalienable part of a fulfilling life. Ensuring that everyone fully enjoys romantic love and sexual life, safeguarding their freedom to experience these relations to the fullest, stands as a significant cultural characteristic of the second home. The second home is also a place for life's elevation to heaven. Only by being baptized by the values of Life Achanyuan, perfecting the soul garden, can one live happily, joyfully, freely, and blessedly in the home. Only in this way can the quality of your life meet the standards of heaven, because the home is a replica of the living model of the thousand-year world of heaven. If you can live happily, joyfully, freely, and blessedly in it, it proves that your life quality meets the standards of heaven. The foundation of the second home. The second home can ensure everyone's happiness, joy, freedom, and blessedness and lead humanity into the Life Achanyuan era. There are 3 cornerstones. The first is the guidance of Xiefeng, the messenger of the greatest creator, the incarnation of God, Buddha, celestial, saint, and the founder of Life Achanyuan. The scene of heaven is in his mind. As long as the conditions are met, a heaven can be replicated anytime and anywhere. The second is a complete theoretical system, which is the Chanyuan corpus, Xiefeng corpus, and their essence, the 800 values for new era human being. These values ensure the home's development direction and the perfection of its operating procedures. The third is a group of Chanyuan celestials who have been nurtured by the values for more than 10 years and have participated in the construction of the second home. With their presence, the second home can be built quickly and enter a healthy operational track. The history and current situation facing the second home. The second home was born on April 18, 2009, and 12 homes were established in provinces such as Yunnan, Xinjiang, and Guizhou in China. Due to the overly advanced theories such as the absence of marriage and family and the freedom of romantic love and sex, the government did not understand or support us. Finally, the homes were disbanded on the grounds of an illegal organization, and Xiefeng had to leave China for Canada. However, Xiefeng is determined to create heaven on earth, so we purchased land in Canada to establish the headquarters of Life Achanyuan, a miniature heaven. Most Life Achanyuan members were forced to stay in China due to passport and visa issues, unable to participate in the construction in Canada. The entire creation process was intricate and complex. We have documented many articles and pictures, including scenes of labor, game visuals, life content, the status of Chanyuan celestials, and several experiences of being disbanded. Interested individuals can find more details on the Life Achanyuan International Family, Life Achanyuan, and Life Achanyuan New Oasis for Life websites. We also have channels and pages on YouTube and Facebook, frequently updating the latest developments at Life Achanyuan. Here are the links. Life Achanyuan International Family, English http://www.smcyinternationalfamily.org. New Oasis for Life, English http://newoasisforlife.org/new/portal.php. Second home section of Life Achanyuan website, Chinese http://leafcosmos.org/bbs/forum.php?git=369. Second home channel on YouTube, Chinese https://www.youtube.com/@lifechanyuan98. YouTube Life Achanyuan International Family Channel, English https://www.youtube.com/playlist?mark list=PLZ7_fuckpcjkrunze7F1SVQCRWJSgeek_. Facebook Life Achanyuan International Family Group or page, https://www.facebook.com/groups/348983503089327. Since the founding of Life Achanyuan in 2001, Xiefeng pointed out that the core crisis humanity faces is the crisis of the mind. He foresaw the living conditions of humanity in the future under the management of biorobots, issued numerous warnings, and proposed corresponding solutions. Simultaneously refining the theory and practicing the lifestyle of the second home, over a decade of practice has proven the accuracy of the theory and the feasibility of the second home. Xiefeng aims to build heaven on earth, to replicate the scenes of paradise into the human realm. This is his mission. Chanyuan celestials aspire to build homes, to set an example for a new life for humanity. This is our wish. The aim of Life Achanyuan is to harvest ripe crops and usher humanity into a new era of universal happiness, joy, freedom, and blessedness. No matter the difficulties encountered, its unwavering determination and steadfast pace cannot be hindered. Now, for those who are spiritually awakened, for those seeking to explore a better way of life, for those dedicated to the sustainable development of humanity, for those seeking to rescue humanity from crises, and for those aspiring to elevate the quality of life toward heaven, there is a rare opportunity. Xiefeng aims to create a terrestrial paradise in Canada for 300 people and establish 256 branches worldwide, each with 30 to 300 individuals. This requires people of vision and wisdom to participate, those with resources, land, strength, contributing to one of the greatest endeavors of humanity in this era, leading humanity into a breathtakingly beautiful new era. If you are interested, please contact.
建设一个精神和心灵的家园 Build a spiritual and soul homeland. Jiefeng. June 12, 2003. Open the windows and the sunlight and fresh air will come in. Take a broad view and you will see faraway mountains are fresh and green. Stay and study in Lifechanuan will a new life begin. You will see endless good fortune and future world. Lifechanuan is a mental and spiritual habitat, a spiritual homeland for people who are ordinary, kind-hearted, honest, hardworking and knowledgeable, a college to understand the meaning of life and the significance of human life, a transfer station leading to supreme life space. When you feel incompetent, exhausted and gaunt and confused, you should take time to Lifechanuan to listen other people's understanding of human life, to experience the peaceful atmosphere, to see if there are unworldly higher beings. There are 36 dimensional spaces in the universe. Every space is a huge world which includes supreme life space, low life space and middle level life space. Lifechanuan will present people the mysteries of every life space. Through explaining the universe, time and space, Lifechanuan will escort people to set foot on the road of superspace and run to another beautiful and attractive life. Human life is full of misfortune, suffering, regret and helplessness. Troubles and worries tangle us all the time. Many puzzling mysteries of human life make us feel contradictory. Unpredictable situations and unexpected good or bad fortune make us anxious. Undesirable and troublesome things often make us sleepless. Disease and hunger often threatens us. From time to time, the complicated and changeable interpersonal relationships entrap us into the painful abyss. Survival competition oppress us, make our tired body lost in a miserable swirl after another. Why is human life like this? Why can't we get out of the trouble? Why can't we control the track of our own life? For thousands of years, intelligent people look for answers. Jesus, Sakyamuni, Muhammad and Lao Tzu make painstaking effort for us. Marx, Lenin, Mao Zedong, Thomas Jefferson and Lincoln exert their utmost efforts for us and try to build a peace world in where everyone is equal and happy. Moses, St. Paul, Mahavira, Zoroaster, Manes, Fatuamoni, Dante, Sais and other sages undergo hardships to lead us into a joyful and happy family. However, the true answer seems far away from us. It still needs to take a long way to get closer to the shore of the truth. The development of the science provides us the key to the truth. Einstein, Newton, Galileo, Faraday, Stephen Hawking and other scientists pave steps to the door of the truth for us. Edison, Rockefeller, Henry Ford and Bill Gates create necessary utility tools for us. Plato, Ibn Sina, Zhu Xi, Aristotle, René Descartes, Bacon, Adam Smith, Rousseau, Voltaire, Malthus, Darwin, Freud and other masters provide us necessary tool of rational thinking. Now it is time to carry on the past heritage and open up the future, to rectify our foundation and to purify our origin, to absorb the essences of human intelligence, and to develop a new era. Lifechanuan not only solve the problem that if there is the greatest creator, the origin of the universe and life, the necessity and incidental, the karma, the previous life and the future world, the God, Buddha and celestials in the universe, but also arrange the best way to people, strive to liberate you from suffering, lead you to develop into supreme life space and make your life bring out beautiful flowers in the everlasting space. I hope people who want a self-refine immortal world could participate in Lifechanuan, such as hermits, religionist, president, Nobel laureate, billionaire, scientist, entrepreneur, literateur, public functionary, teacher, worker, farmer, rank-and-life soldiers, merchant and homeless tramp. As long as you can explain a question about universe, space or life and your theory can't be demolished, you can make contribution to Lifechanuan. Lifechanuan doesn't belong to a country, a nation, a religion, a political party or an organization and individual. Lifechanuan isn't a religion form, so there isn't special ceremony and demand. Lifechanuan isn't a company, so it doesn't participate in activity aiming at profit. Lifechanuan isn't a political party, so it doesn't have constitution and doesn't participate in any political activities.
Activities. Startup words. A ship full loaded with new life is sailing, a new era is coming. We are in an era of economic growth, material prosperous, spirit poor and heart gloomy, an era which pay much more attention to reality in materialization, and an era of lacking belief. Cultivate conscience, educate mankind, seed civilization and enlightened spirit which are every sage's glorious mission. It is the calling of the era to build a mental and spiritual homeland. The greatest thought is rational thinking. The rational power is the most powerful power among humankinds. Compared to the 36-dimensional space, human beings are in a very limited world, so we need to tell ignorant people the vast space system, and let them know the principle of, why am I being me? What do I live for? First of all, a great era must be guided by a great thought. If there aren't powerful supports from the mental and the liberation of the spirit, the economic development can but result in human beings' universal corruption and decadence. Although thoughts of sages in history shine lights of rationality, none of their thoughts can meet current people's mental and spiritual desire. Although all religions make indelible contribution to the civilization of mankind, every existing religion has its limitation and can't guide current mankind. A theory, a thought, we have to doubt it if it exists over 1,000 years but can't bring peace to the world and can't bring joyfulness and happiness to the life. A theory or, a thought, if it can't be accepted heart and soul, but be accepted by putting to use state apparatus, power and institution, inflammatory and fraudulent way or material lure, if it promises a bright future, but can't figure out the scene, we have to think deeply about the theory and thought. A theory or, a thought, if it can't make people enjoy the happiness of this present life, if it thinks that only suffering can get otherworldly blessing, it is either pettifogging or irrational. Before everything is clear, firstly we should believe in science, truth and logical deduction. We believe that people standing at the peak of science is closest to truth. Undeniable, the great soul surpasses science and spacetime. Their thoughts can't be accepted generally, which is the sad part of the great soul. If the great soul can't bring humankind current happiness and future hope, its value is less than a rainfall. Life Echanuan is a place to gather great soul. The great soul isn't life from low life space and middle level space but from supreme life space. Before the World War I, the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world and the Elysium world has sent millions of supreme lives to mortal world the great soul. Life Echanuan is to tell these great souls that, instead of enjoying the joyfulness in mortal world, you come to mortal world is to explain the mystery of the universe, the essence of human life, to save people who have a rough time and to make people enjoy happiness and joyfulness in mortal world. You can never make transmigration in mortal world again, because you will lose your nature and your way to home once you went through transmigration above 3 times. The greatest creator loves and cares humankind. Before material prosperous and moral degeneration, he has to save people from disaster in case of resulting in the flooding tragedy of Noah era. When people have no fear of force, then great force descends upon them. We must make people know the meaning of these words. Henry Van Dyke was an American author, educator, poet, playwright, and clergyman once said, "Men of privilege without power are waste material. Men of enlightenment without influence are the poorest kind of rubbish. Men of intellectual, moral and religious culture, who are not active forces for good in society, are not worth what is a cost to produce and keep them." You are great soul with great thought. If you were a president and only considered your own political party, group and private benefits rather than the benefits of the whole country, you couldn't be called a great soul. If you had university education, but don't service to humankind, you are not a great soul. If you get wealth from the world, but don't want to pay back to society, you would be an inferior soul. If you were an advanced official, only try hard to win promotion and to get rich and to make one's ancestor illustrious. Instead of bringing benefit to your citizens, you are also an inferior soul. If you don't make progress but lead a befuddled life when you make a little achievements, you aren't a great soul too. Great soul among human beings should be taken to supreme life space. Inferior soul among human beings must be taken to the low life space. Nobody wants to place the excrement of the toilet in the living room and place the good wines and dainty dishes in the toilet. Even so the human beings, how about the order of the greatest creator? Only when the people around us are happier, the greatest soul can calm. Only when we contribute our knowledge to human society selflessly, our soul is capable of getting into the supreme life space. Open the windows and the sunlight and fresh air will come in. take a broad view and you will see faraway mountains are fresh and green. So you should open the window to the soul, and fix your vision onto further future. For millions of years, human beings always feel their way in the confusion situation, they don't know there is always room for improvement. They suffer meaningless hardship, pain and sorrow. Because people don't know the mystery of life, they trample their own and other people's life. Because they don't revere the greatest creator, they can but transmigrate again and again among the low life space. Because there isn't a great sapiential guide, we have to follow the wrong guidance blindly. Hardly can people ask himself that, what am I busy for? Is it significant to my life? What is the difference between myself and the onrushing worm? People living on instinct, fame and emotion can but fall into the same old trap forever. The frog in the bottom of the well always thinks that, the place it lives is the ocean and sea, the sky it sees is the universe. People living on intelligence can have good view of 1,000 rivers and million mountains. However, people living on spiritual nature can pass through the limitation of the space and enjoy the infinite charming scene. In boundless universe. Don't lead a befuddled life in the low life space. Don't fight and grab in the worldly confusion. Don't sigh in the wrong thinking vortex. Don't destroy life and ultimately hurt yourself. The ship of life Echanuan will take people possessing intelligence and spiritual nature to the ocean of the truth to enjoy the real pleasure of life. The greatest creator is just, because he arranges procedure of place where people should go in future strictly depending on people's actions in mortal world. People with higher spiritual nature can go to supreme life space, and people with lower spiritual nature must go to low life space. Tao is just, because it records everybody's deeds forever. People, who follow the principle of the greatest creator and want to pursuing the truth, please contribute your talent and knowledge. Don't sigh for injustices around you. Don't crush out your intelligence and wisdom. Don't think you have no future. Don't hide at home to suffer. Your life will release multicolored anima if only you seek for the Tao of the greatest creator, then you will find out that you aren't the person you imagine. As long as you work hard, you will be loved by the greatest creator and the humankind. The ship of new life is sailing. To people who want to follow the way of Jesus, Sakyamuni, Muhammad, Lao Tzu and other sages, those who desire to explore the mystery of the time-space, those who want to go to supreme life space and want to have telepathy, please get on our ship now. Life Echanuan will take you to an unimaginable, secret, boundless, wonderful, relaxed and happy, excited and desirable place, where is the proper place to place our life. God is always with me, God will always be with you. The number one home in the world. Xiefeng. July 24, 2008. Where there is happiness and auspiciousness, there is the greatest creator. Where there is joy and delight, there is caring of Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni. Freedom and happiness are wishes of sages and wise men, saints in all ages. Quarreling and fighting belong to devils. The place struggling for fame and power to raise self-pride is the gathering place of demons and monsters. The place filled with suffering, constraints and misery is the bustling place of ignorant persons and laity. Life Echanuan is the number one home in the world, which possesses the following 18 features. We should constantly revere the greatest creator, revere life, revere nature and walk the way of the greatest creator. We should constantly trust and comply with the instructions of Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni. We should constantly obey the guidance of the sages and saints of all ages and carry out them in our daily life. We should constantly create Life Echanuan era for human beings and live by Life Echanuan values ourselves, and the most important task is to make countries, political parties, religions and families disappear to set up a global government and realize such a society. Person of virtue won't be abandoned by government, all people in the world become one big family, no one pockets anything found on the road, doors unnecessarily to be shut in the evening, the weather is pleasant, harmony and peace are everywhere, everyone is happy and joyful, everything is prosperous, human beings and the earth become one and happiness and abundance are everywhere. We should constantly show the truth, goodness, beauty, love, honesty and trust side of the nature, human life and life. We should constantly climb towards the summit of human life and life. All the members of Life Genuine are brothers, sisters, relatives and lovers. We will not quarrel, argue, fight, conquer, compel, impel, exploit or depress each other but care, cherish, respect and love each other. The traditional family pattern husband-wife relationship will completely disappear. The private property will be cancelled and the whole society adopts non-ownership system. The aged will be supported jointly, children will be fostered jointly, and people share each other's fortunes and difficulties together. We pursue the delighted, joyful, free and happy life. Life will sublimate towards the heaven, the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, Elysium world and celestial archipelago. No one will oppose, interfere and confront against government. Everyone will consciously stick to the values of Life Genuine and obey the management of government in daily life. Everyone will be pursuing a Shangri-La lifestyle, civilized and joyful, healthy and abundant. Everyone is busy in pursuing the healthy, well-off and land of idyllic beauty characterized with civilization, elegance and comfort. All the members of Life Genuine are not infestors or idlers but creators and dedicators. All the members of Life Genuine are not the talkative moralizer or fault critics but the constructors of practicing what one preaches and setting oneself an example for others to follow. No one pursues the individual will or personal willingness but the Life Genuine values. Everyone should act according to one's temperament, do according to one's will, fulfill one's duty and take one's needs. The number one home in the world is born due to the big universal adjustment and purpose of purifying Earth. It lays foundation for the new lifestyle after the year of 2013. I wish all the wise men will find the door of this number one home in the world as early as possible and become the member as soon as possible. This is above everything else. We are the globalists to Hearties, Zinpingkai. Shui Feng. April 30th, 2007. Hello, Hearties. I have read your article, Shui Feng, how can you not hate the Japanese? Thanks for asking. The first thing I want to tell you is that Life Genuine does not belong to any countries, political parties, nationalities and religions, but belong to the whole mankind. What we pursue is not the statism or nationalism, but the globalism. The Life Genuine era initiated by us belongs to the whole mankind, and Chanyuan Celestial is a name which does not have nationality. Life Genuine originated from Africa, and its concept's publicity started from Japan, its extensive publicity started from North America, its website server was not in China. We love China, and we also love Japan and all other countries around the world. We love Chinese, Japanese and all people around the world. Chanyuan Celestials of Life Genuine come from different nationalities around the world, including a lot of Japanese. We cannot build Life Genuine with hatred, but love. When most people around the world have become Chanyuan Celestial, states, religions, political parties and families will disappear, and all countries such as US, Britain, Japan and China will disappear. The hatred among different nationalities will also disappear. So we do not treat the world and various nationalities from the perspectives of history or present, but from the future perspective of Life Genuine era. You may misunderstand that Life Genuine is just a Chinese organization because its language used currently is in Chinese. This is an illusion. In the future, you will see the different versions of Life Genuine English version, Korean version and Japanese version, then you will not think that Life Genuine is confined to land of China. In light of cultural heritage, the current Chanyuan Celestial belongs to Chinese nation, however, in light of territorial scope, the current Chanyuan Celestial belongs to US, Canada, France, Germany, New Zealand, Taiwan and China. In light of nationality, Chanyuan Celestial belongs to American, German. If I want, I can become an African in 3 months, so Life Genuine does not represent China but the world. As a result, Life Genuine does not have the problem of hating Japanese nor Chinese. Perhaps you will laugh at us and think that the concept of Life Genuine cannot be accepted by other ethnic people except some parts of Chinese. I can tell you it is much easier for other ethnic people to accept the concept of life genuine than our Chinese. In light of the concept of life genuine, I have talked about it with Englishmen, Portuguese, Brazilians and Africans. They all are interested in it and ask me when the English version of life genuine can come into the world. I told them that we only have the Chinese version. And after we finish the main concept framework in Chinese, we will start to spread life genuine in other languages around the world. At that time, lots of people from other countries and nationalities will become Chanyuan celestial. So, life genuine will not only safeguard the interest of Chinese people but the interest of all people around the world. As a result, we don't have the hatred for Japanese. It will be an enormous mistake if you just regard life genuine as a self-refining organization. A large quantity of content in the concept of life genuine is not about self-refining and self-improving but to teach people how to be an upright person. Why does not life genuine choose the road of Christ, the road of Buddha, the road of Muslim, the road of Marx, Lenin and Mao Zedong, the road of becoming a celestial being and the road of science, but the road of the greatest creator? Because life genuine wants to normalize all the religions and to initiate a brand new era for all human beings. Life genuine era. Statism and nationalism cannot relieve the suffering of human beings. On the other hand, they will aggravate the suffering of people and accelerate the occurrence of those disasters. So we do not advocate and encourage people to hate each other, but advocate people to forgive, understand, respect and support each other. This is also in accordance with the instruction of Jesus Christ to love your foes. This is in accordance with the instruction of the Buddha to be merciful, too, and it is further in accordance with the benevolence tenet of Confucianism of Chinese nation. A man with knowledge, wisdom and benevolence should not narrowly go around campaigning for his own interest, but should first serve for the whole mankind. That is the difference of nobility and the inferiority, the difference of human and animal. Human beings should not be restricted and led by the representatives of different interest groups, but should be guided by those the most civilized people. Above are my replies to your questions. You may think about it. Wish you have an ease heart. Utopia and the home without marriage and family. Shui Feng. August 25, 2007. It is human beings' general attribute to pursue an ideal realm, society, human life and living, which is also the everlasting resources of spiritual driving force. The sages in history whose common wish is to lead human beings into an ideal society, no matter Plato's Republic, Thomas More's Utopia, Edward Bellamy's Looking Backward, Confucius' Great Harmony, and Marxist, Leninist theory about communism, they all want to lead human beings into an ideal society. In fact, when we study Lao Tzu, Sakyamuni, Jesus and Muhammad's aspiration, it is easy to find that they also want to bring human beings into an ideal society. Human beings not only study ideal society in theory but also explore it in reality. From the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, Brook Farm in America, Fruitlands, Shakers, Pullman's Capitalism Utopia to Collective Farm in Soviet, People's Commune in China, Osho's Community, and kinds of utopia in Japan, America and Canada, they all try to explore an ideal approach for human beings. Unfortunately, the explorations above finally come to nothing in the sense of the practice. Yet it left us huge spiritual wealth though none of them worked it out. Maybe we cannot say they were because they helped us to move to a higher level from the beginning stage. Moreover, it is these explorations that made us able to get into the channel of life genuine and finally lay a foundation for human beings to get into life genuine. A theory, doctrine, or a creed won't work in practice if it is not perfect and also can't lead human beings into an ideal society. If you conduct the practice with imperfect theory, doctrine or creed, the result is that everything is lost. We will find out the defectiveness when we study the theory, doctrine and creed in history. However, we shouldn't totally repudiate them for their defectiveness but discard the dregs and select the essence, inherit the essence of predecessors' thought, develop and bring forth new idea and finally lead human beings into an ideal realm. No matter what theory it is, it will be useless if you can't put it into practice, and no matter what practice it is, it will be walking in the darkness without the guidance of the theory. So far as human beings' attitudes toward ideal society, life a genuine value is a relative perfect system, that is not the brag and boast but a reality. Anyone who disagrees with this idea can compare your own theory, doctrine, and creed to the values of life a genuine. As long as you compare them comprehensively, you have to acknowledge the values of life a genuine. If we make a summary of the theory, doctrine, creed, and practice of utopia society in history, we can find there are 8 major limitations. There isn't a right concept of universe and right recognition of the greatest creator, time and space, and there isn't a reliable belief system. There isn't a right concept of life and a full-scale understanding about the origin, development and destination of life. There isn't a right concept of human life and a specific realization and definition to the values and significances of human life. Can't escape the restraints from the thinking of country and traditional family, and still turn over in the field of the country and the traditional family. Overlook the indolence, decay and autocracy in human nature. Short of systemic and explicit theory interpretation, use much more threatening and frightening tone, such as, go to hell. Short of the guidance of spirit and heart, either depress the love and sex or indulge the love and sex. Short of freedom, life is too dull, disciplines are too strict and impartial, human nature is suppressed. The home without marriage and family is the continuation of utopia and communism practice in history. It not only preserves the essence of the human intelligence but also develops a new visual field, not only avoids its defectiveness but also improves its theory and practice. Although many problems will occur in the process of concrete practice, we believe that the home without marriage and family can act the leading role in the process of getting into life a genuine era, as long as we think actively, act practically and realistically, improve continuously and hold steady of life a genuine values. There will be 8 main features in the home without marriage and family of life a genuine. Regard life a genuine values as standard of living. Work according to one's ability, distribution according to one's need. Rid of the consciousness of family, religion, political party and country, no law and regulation, commandment and dharma. Everything depends on the power of soul, act with one's nature. Freedom of love and sex, follow the lifestyle of celestial beings in the 1,000-year world. Collective activity and collective canteen. No assignment, work as one's own choice. There are endless recreational activities and well-off in material. What kind of people can get into home without marriage and family? Fully comprehend the values of life a genuine and willing to follow these values. Willing to sacrifice to the happiness of humankind. Mentally and physically healthy, love working. Generally paid off worldly obligation, having no worldly attachments. Regard yourself as one of the most civilized and excellent people among human beings. Enjoy entertainments, prefer to be clean and tidy. Believe that you can bring happiness to others instead of worries. Yearn for the lives of life a genuine era, celestial islands continent, Elysium world. I would like to address the people who wish to get into the home without marriage and family by quoting the words of an author. In every great revolution era, there are some authentic idealists who had great sympathy to the humankind and had fought for human beings' freedom and liberation heroically as their magnificent career. For the purpose of the national benefits, everyone is obligated to sacrifice himself, where the Tao is, where his heart to place. Though thousands of people reject it, I will still toward it. Regardless of success or failure, despising the high position and great wealth, they dedicate their precious youth, blood even life to fulfill the wonderful dream. Such people are authentic, lovable and respectable people and worth to be remembered and esteemed by humankind. What they have done liberate human beings step by step, and make people gradually step into the kingdom of freedom. Their sacrifices opened up a bright future for the later generation. Laborers are most respected here. Xie Feng. November 22, 2007. The most respected people in life a genuine are not the exceptional functions, the wise men, the greatest talker, self-centered people, learners of the classic doctrines and moralizers etc., but the laborers. The builders of Life Echanuan are the laborers, which include the people managing the website and homeland, the people writing for Chanyuan on the basis of Life Echanuan values, the people in the other websites reprinting the corpus of Life Echanuan, the people machining gems, the people follow the plaster on the internet to praise and encourage Chanyuan celestials, the people who prefer searching the articles, music and pictures according to truth, goodness, beauty, love, honesty, credit and then reprinting them on this website, the people who kindly and sincerely discuss, exchange, experience about life, time, space and human life. The laborers may not write articles filled with wits and wisdoms, may be short of the debated talents, may be too stupid to show one's intelligence, may be with ordinary performance, may unable to explain Buddhist doctrine or Tao, may be unable to recite or apply the paragraphs or sentences in the classics, but their souls are the most beautiful and their conducts can prove that they have obeyed the instructions of the Jesus, Buddha, Lao Tzu, and the sages. It is impossible to amaze the people with a single brilliant feat here. Here one needs to work and make a tribute silently in a down-to-earth way, and the merits of Life Echanuan are the examples for us to learn. If one wants to be respected by others, one has to become an arduous laborer. This is a warm homeland. Xiefeng. January 21, 2009. This is a warm homeland, and this is a warm homeland consists of the Chanyuan celestials in Life Echanuan. This is a pioneering work, where the best wish since the existence of human locates. Human beings cannot walk out of confusion, misfortune, hunger, war, unrest and hardship until this warm homeland continually ferment, grow in strength and ferment the earth into such a warm homeland. All the citizens of this warm homeland are selfless contributors, who give up their own enjoyment and contribute all their time and energy to the construction of this homeland. They give up their own opinions, infuse their own personality into this common cause and resonate completely with Life Echanuan in the same frequency. They give up their own private interest and try their best to donate or invest their personal wealth to this warm homeland. They overcome various difficulties and enter into this homeland every day to contribute their wisdom and talents. They warm the hearts of their brothers, sisters, relatives and lovers with their most ardent words. Just a few days ago, they donate more than 100,000 renminbi in less than a day to solve the temporary plight faced by Chanyuan celestials in the homeland. Selfless contribution is one of the greatest and loftiest quality of human being. Jesus Christ is a selfless contributor, the Buddha Sakyamuni is a selfless contributor, Avalokitesvara is a selfless contributor. All the men who devote themselves to the peace, happiness and tranquility of people are selfless contributors. Those men who armed with the religious feelings, work selflessly and regardless of their personal gain and loss are selfless contributors. All the Chanyuan celestials in Life Echanuan is selfless contributor. This warm homeland is established according to the 800 new life values, the wish of the greatest creator, the guidance of Jesus Christ, the instruction of Buddha Sakyamuni, according to the wish and spirit of Prophet Mohammedan, the wisdom of the celestial being Lao Tzu, the ideals of all the sages in the human history, the supplication of the people who are kindness, industriousness, honesty, credit. This homeland is carried out strictly according to the connotation of the Tao of the greatest creator, strictly according to the 800 new life values, whether on the constructing value or the constructing practice. The core of the warm homeland consists of homeland feats and beginners. All the core members are not the leaders outmatching high over others but servants. All the core members have to live a simple life, own nothing at all with no personal property, with no personal bank account, nothing but the homeland. Taking Dayform Celestial L as an example, his wealth amounts to 1 million RMB such as house property, car, furniture including kitchen utensils all belong to the homeland. He owns nothing at all. His eating, clothing, housing and transportation are carried out on the simplest level. When he is alive, he is a person in the homeland. When he dies, he will be a celestial being in the homeland. Once you enter into this warm homeland, the homeland will take charge of the eating, clothing, housing, transportation, birth, death, illness and old age of every citizen. An individual needs not worry about such things and each citizen will not have any private interest, family and personal property. in the homeland everything is distributed based on one's needs. In this warm homeland, the people with the more contribution will receive more esteem, so the laborers are the most respected persons. The people who only want to get benefit and are unwilling to pay out will be disdained and rejected in this homeland. The idlers, lazybones and parasite cannot exist in this homeland. The homeland does not welcome the people who idle about every day and prefer stealing the show, gabbling and making gestures. This warm homeland is not the place for idlers but the paradise of the people who are honest, industrious, modest and trustful. This warm homeland fully respects human nature, human dignity, freedom and privacy. Nothing is compulsory but voluntary, and everyone works and lives according to the 800 new life values. Among different members, no one is commanding or interfered, no one is allowed to criticize or cavil other members but just does well on one's own duty. If one wants to educate others, he should use it to educate himself. Do not force others to do the things you yourself can't do. The love life in this warm homeland are free. It is not allowed to bring the moralization and religious doctrine of the worldly society into the homeland. No one is allowed to interfere others' love life. It is not allowed to make irresponsible remarks and talk of people behind their backs. It is not allowed the occurrences of such affairs as compelling, usurping, coercing and scathing. The love life of this homeland is carried out according to the mode of the heaven, the 1,000-year world and the celestial being, which works as the replica of the heaven and the 1,000-year world life. The people living in such way aim at transiting up into the 1,000-year world. The citizens of the homeland are meek sheep at home but fierce tigers and leopards to the outside world. They will afford the love guidance to the people who cherish this homeland, and they will give strict punishment on the people who intend to destroy this homeland. They will inherit the Muslim spirit created by Prophet Muhammad. We will keep the homeland regardless of the hardships and dangerous. We will not stir up trouble nor will we fear it. We will be brave and fearless of difficulties or death. For the people who favored the homeland, we will offer our gratitude and return for goodness. For the people who do something bad to the homeland, we will give them double punishment no matter where they are. This warm homeland will protect each Chanyuan Celestials who has paid painstaking effort and sweats to the homeland. The homeland will help each one to overcome the difficulties occurred unconditionally. The homeland will try its best to satisfy any reasonable requirement raised by him or her. Certainly, this is only available to Chanyuan Celestials himself or herself and not to his or her parents, children, other friends or relatives. At this point we will strictly obey the instruction of Jesus Christ. This homeland offers exceptional benefaction to the Chanyuan feats. As long as he or she is one of the feats, the homeland will take care of his or her eating, clothing, housing, transportation, birth, death, illness and old age from now. Certainly, above conditions only work when the feats need such things. Otherwise, for example, the feats is capable of solving one's own eating, clothing, housing and transportation. The homeland will not provide him or her a penny, and the homeland does not encourage greediness. If you can be self-sufficient, then do not be greedy over others' bowl. However, we have to guarantee that the feats will not worry about the eating, clothing, housing, transportation, birth, death, illness and old age. We advocate that we should not easily ask for requiting but just sacrifice, because we are the people who self-refine ourselves for merits and virtues, because we are the people who will finally break away from the universal gravitation of life to Celestial Islands continent, because we are the people who will initiate the life Achanuan for human with heart and soul, because we are the model of being an upright persons for all human beings, and because we are the examples of all people and all the nice qualities should be first reflected from us. However, we do not assert or encourage each Chanyuan Celestials to swallow a camel. When you are in trouble or great pain, you are bound to speak out and offer a chance for everyone to share it with you. We oppose a person who furtively enjoys the happiness, and we oppose a person who endures the suffering alone more. The management mode of this warm homeland is in holographic order with no written law, rule, provisions, measures, restraint and rights, just like nature with invisible law, rule, section, measures, restraint and rights. However, every